What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
1-2-1 for Walker. Ball the target. Ball is fouled. That was an academic 180 for Manby.
Going to get a dart at tops for the match. And it is victory for Cromwell.
Look at 120 to get the break and throw in the opening leg. He's found the treble, looking to climb the ladder. He's going to get a dart at tops. Get tops. What a check out. What a start from Wes Newton.
Great first dart. Great second dart. Double 12 then for a 1-4-4 finish. 1-2-5 now. 60 for tops. For tops to level the match. Oh, what a shot there.
2 tops.
There's one. There's two. Oh, what a shot there.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Modus Super Series. Group A is done and dusted, but it went right down to the wire. This afternoon, Group C is very much of attention. Matt Edgar alongside me. Great to see you, Matt. Well, if Group C is anything like Group A, we're in for a real treat this afternoon.
Really did go down to the wire, didn't it, in that Group A campaign? A 2-horse race in the end. Stephen Johnson getting over the line. And it was really good to see him finally get over that line. He's been knocking on the door in regards to getting a Group A title, getting his place in a Saturday night, and it really did mean a lot to him. You can see the reaction, you can see the emotion, and he plays with a lot of emotion as well. He's got someone who's going to really lighten up that stage on Saturday night.
With someone, as you mentioned, that plays with that emotion, would 2 days off benefit someone like him then, as opposed to maybe keeping your arm in and seeing the benefit of 2 days extra play?
100%, and I can strongly vouch for this. As quite an emotional player myself, it is very, very tiring. And to potentially have to play 6 days, long format, long time, I would fear for him if he had to do that, where right now it's probably the best position for him. Today, he'll just be taking stock of it, processing what's gone on. He'll be very, very happy and proud of what he's achieved so far. And then when Friday comes around, you can start the building, you can start the process that gets him ready to maybe pick up a title here.
Here's how Group A ended up, and as I say earlier, it really did come down to the wire. Jamie Hughes we'll see later in Group B. Is there anyone from Group A that maybe disappointed you slightly?
I think it's a very easy answer in the form of Jack Tweddle, a player who's been very, very good recently, picking up a Challenge Tour title, which, you know, they're not easy to win these days. Some serious players take part in those. To only pick up 12 points with 15 games, he's going to be disappointed. And there'll be a lot of people that have been backing Jack Tweddle to win that Group A. There's been a lot of support for him. I know he's one of the people that at the moment, certainly with what he's doing in the ADC, becomes a big, big favourite. And that's where he's going to be now in this Group C. He's going to be a big favourite to win this one.
Yeah, as we can see the breakdown of the groups. Group C, very interesting, with some household names such as Wes Newton in there. Jack Tweddle, who, as we've mentioned, I did run into him downstairs briefly, Matt. He said he was suffering from a chest infection earlier this week, but he's feeling better today. So that could potentially see him a lot right this afternoon. Who else could maybe trouble him? You mentioned there Jack could be one of the favourites. Who could realistically put it up to him?
I think when you're looking at two people, I think Jackie is a strong favourite, but Bradley Roos, I think, is going to give him a good run for his money. He's a very, very confident young man. He's probably going to be another player who's disappointed to be in this Group C, probably expects himself to come in and win these groups. He certainly expects to win weeks. He has won a week here before. He's taken part in Champions Week here at the Super Series, wants to be there again. And he's got the quality, and it's just, can he put it together? He'll believe he can, and I think he's going to be the strongest rival to Jack Tweddle.
Yeah, as we see there as well, he's already got the better of Tweddle this week. Let's take a look at the betting odds for Group C. Jack Tweddle, 8 to 15. Bradley Roos, 9-2, so it is a bit of that match bet that you called there, Matt. Elsewhere, Tom Cromwell 13-2, Wes Newton 10-1 could look very big by tomorrow evening. Lloyd Walker 12-1, and Kent Sivertson, a big price outsider at 40-1. Is that maybe a bit harsh on Kent's chance?
I think it's harsh, but I don't see him winning the group, so it's probably correct in that sense. Maybe trying to tempt in a little bit of value. I don't think there is value in Jack Tweddle 8-15. I think that's a little bit tight, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of people look at the name of Wes Newton, and you look at the Premier League, the 8 PDC titles, the 9 data at the Winter Gardens, and looking at that and going 10-1. Surely there's enough quality in there that if he can bring that out, he could win this group, absolutely. But what's he got left?
Absolutely. Please do gamble responsibly as always. And Wes Newton will face Kent Sivertson in our first matchup of the day in Group C. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with Wes himself. Brilliant to be joined by Wes Newton. Wes, you haven't been here since Series 1. Here we are in Series 11. Where have you been?
Yeah, no, it's been a while. I think I made an appearance in a Legends Week, didn't I?
You did.
And it's brilliant to be here and good to be playing again.
So we've not seen you much on things like the Challenge Tour or the WDF circuit. So how have you been? How's the practice going?
Well, yeah, I'm a bit in limbo really. I'm not really playing in it much, but I am playing ADC vaults in the week at home a couple of nights a week. So I've not been playing, but. I'm not really doing any tournaments. I don't know, I'm sort of just stuck in between. I don't want to quit. I don't want to quit darts, but at the same time, I'm not really doing much. I want to, but you've got to be playing well, aren't you? So that's where we are at the minute. So yeah, I'm hoping something can happen this week. I can play well. I've been playing a lot better coming into this, so I'm hoping something will happen and it'll kickstart something again.
Well, we don't want you to quit either. What are the ambitions for this week then? Group C, it's a tricky looking group over the next 2 afternoons. What are your ambitions? Have you got eyes on the prize on Saturday night?
Yeah, I want to get through. I want to make the final. I've not been in one yet, so I definitely want to get through, and I want to play well, and and hopefully, something can happen. And I'm here to win. I'm not just coming for the sake of it. I want to win and I want to play well. So hopefully, I can do something.
Well, Wes, thanks for joining us. Best of luck to you over the next 2 days.
Thanks
or maybe even 3.
Hopefully, yeah. Thank you.
Here we go then. Group C about to get underway. And Wes Newton says he is here for the next 3 days. He will play a man who's already been here for longer than that, Kent Sivertson, who of course will be playing in the World Cup of Darts next month. Wes Newton, still only 47 from Fleetwood, as we alluded to there in that little interview. He's not been overly busy on the circuit so far. So really, Matt, he could be using this as some very handy practice.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been out there getting a bit of practicing, hasn't he, in his local in regards to the ADC and the Vault systems. Jack Garwood will be refereeing all of our games this afternoon, which will be started by Wes Newton, who there was one word he said, and it was kind of repetitive, and it was a word that he also used when I had a chat with him earlier on this morning. Hope. It was a recurring theme. I hope I play well. I hope there's something in there. He's not a player who's coming here very sure, is he? He's not a player who's coming here like we tend to find at the Super Series, people that build and prep and prime themselves to be ready. I think this first game is very, very vital for Wes Newton and his sort of prospects in this group.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And with Sivertson as well, who made Stephen Johnson sweat for that group-deciding win yesterday. We'll be hoping to improve on the form he showed in the opening 3 days. It was fits and spurts from Sivertson, I feel. He did show some real good glimpses.
140.
As we see there. But Newton, so far in control of the opening leg.
Exactly the sort of start that Wes Newton would have wanted. Needed the dartboard to tell him he's doing the right things. Needed the dartboard to give him that instant feedback that things could go well. And this is a strong start. 91. Down to a checkout here after 12.
So he's gone straight for the treble 17. Just missing the big number though.
41.
And this is where it will become a problem for Wes
You
Newton.
require 141.
It's all right when you're throwing into a concentrated area. When you're throwing at that treble 20, which we just found here. Hold on a moment.
Look at this. Oh,
105.
right
You
on the
require
wire.
50.
Sivertson looking to start with a bang. 2 for tops then for Wes Newton, just going low, 1 for tens.
30.
And again, going low. Is that a sign,
56.
an early sign of some rustiness perhaps?
Not just going low, but coming outside the required segment. Sivertson doing the same here, but no damage done. Still gets his 2 darts. Very wide.
8.
Can't recover.
Where's you require 20?
Second bite at the cherry here for Wes Newton to hold his throw in the opening leg.
Good guide. Horrible deflection, 1 for double 5.
Game shot on the first
And that
leg.
will settle
Wes
the
Newton.
Wes Newton nerves. Is only a holder throw,
Second leg.
but that will
it's
do his
Kemp to throw
confidence a
first.
world of good.
Game on.
You could almost see relief, I think, would be the emotion there we saw from Wes Newton. Part of that will be down to the fact of how well he
29.
scored as well. It was a good display of scoring from Wes Newton to get down in 12 darts. Will not want to be giving those opportunities away.
140.
That's a great start against the throw now for Newton. Sivertson looking to battle back,
43.
but 2 trebleless visits to start your own throw is less than ideal.
There was one thing that really stood out for me, though, when I was looking at Sivertson and I was looking through the results. It's not just the averages of which he's
140.
been playing, certainly when he's been playing the Nordic Baltic system within the PDC, but it's who he plays and
81.
when he plays them. And when he goes up against a player that's got a bit of reputation, a bit of name value, like Wes Newton has, his performance drops off significantly.
Well, there's not much in this
57.
sport that Wes Newton hasn't seen. A regular for many, many years on the PDC. Oh, that's desperately unlucky. Sivertson there with 60 on the floor. Oh, my word.
Where's you require
You couldn't script it.
164.
I have never seen that in my life. I mean, we've had close. We had the Gary Anderson 180, haven't we, at the World Championships? The 3 darts going in and falling out. But I've never seen that before,
86.
where one dart knocks out the next, which knocks out the next.
Well, that is very much a how's your luck moment.
60. Where's you require
And I'd say that was
68.
just as unlucky as well with that 60 peppering around. But Wes Newton has 1 dart to break.
58.
He will be back as Sivertson, due to those darts on the floor there, way behind.
39.
And that was
Where's
not a
you
switch.
require 20.
See there, looking at the hand, flexing the hand. Just not opening. We'll get time, we'll come back.
No
Wes Newton
score.
opting to bust, goes back to the double 10, but Siverson's thrown 18 here. He's only halfway through the leg.
58. Where's you require 20.
So back comes Newton for double 10
Game shot on
and
the
tidies it
second
up
leg.
very
Wes
nicely
Newton.
indeed. That's a break of throw. And the man from Fleetwood races into an early 2-leg lead.
Third leg. It's Wes to throw first. Game on.
Is part of the history books at the moment, Wes Newton, in regard to
100.
life at the Super Series. He was on stage when Mark Durbridge hit 7 180s against him, which was the most 180s we've ever seen in a game from a
100.
player at the Super Series.
I'm sure he'll thank you for reminding people of that.
108.
Fills one up of his own.
He's
now just 6 behind Durbridge's record.
See, I knew that was coming, you see. That was a prediction. That's my world-class punditry coming through
100.
there. I thought, Wes is going to hit a 180 here. I'll just tee you up.
Can he be teed up again? Not this time.
137.
With a very good cover shot indeed. Sivertson in a bit of bother here. It's all going against the Norwegian so far.
100. What do you require? 84.
Ironically, Silverson's best scoring leg so far, and you may not get any opportunities.
44.
Can he apply some pressure here, though, with Newton on tops after 12? He can.
139. What do you require?
Signs of
40.
life from Sivertson, but Newton has tops.
It's on the third leg. Wes Newton.
And that's very nicely done indeed.
Everything changing about Wes
Fourth
now,
leg,
isn't
it's
it?
Kent to throw
It's gone
first.
from being hopeful
Game
to almost controlled aggression, moving around with pace,
44.
gliding around the stage. Starting to feel good.
Well, he's averaging mid-80s. If you bear in mind a few of those
140.
darts missed at double early doors, I would say he's scoring very well indeed.
85.
A nice rhythm about it as well for Wes
60.
Newton at the moment. He's looking well. He was sort of a little bit slower, a little bit more stuttery within the action the last time he was here at the Super Series.
100.
Does appear to have lost a couple of pounds as well. Looking very well.
And he's playing well as well. Look at this again. He's going down for the
126.
attempted cover shot. Just shy of a finish. But he's well and truly taken the darts here
41.
as he now looks to set up a potential whitewash in our opening match of the afternoon.
$97.
So Sivertson looking to apply some pressure.
108.
And pressure he does apply.
What do you require? 78.
78 then for Newton. One dart at tops.
Game short and the match.
And that will
Wes
do
Newton.
very, very nicely indeed. An early whitewash for Wes Newton. Ken Sivertson will it all to do already this afternoon. But that will feel very good indeed for the former Premier League man. A 88 average for Wes there. 36% on the doubles as well. Not too shabby considering relatively early missed chances. More action coming up after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. A whitewash success for Wes Newton in our opening match of the afternoon in Group C. And now the group favourite is back in action, but it is also our first look at Tom Cromwell this week, the man from Southport. What can we expect from Cromwell over the next 2 days, Matt Edgar?
Sort of unsure, I think, would be the fair assessment here. When he first started coming to the Super Series, it was sort of like a bit of a jolt for him in regards to his career, and it really did translate well into the Challenge Tour as well. Picked up a quarter-final on the Challenge Tour last year.
Game on.
But not just that, it was also the players he was beating, the likes of David Evans, who's found success here at the Super Series, the likes of John Henderson, who's found success in pretty much every arena in the world of darts. But he's got his hands full here against the group favourite, a player who's been finding success on that Challenge Tour and recently. There's nothing more confidence building than picking up one of those titles, and not only that, now, due to his position in the Challenge Tour, is now in a position where he's going to start getting a couple of Pro Tour call-ups. We know that's the direction that Jack Tweddle wants to go, and if that is the case, you look at this, Group C, and you say, he has to win it.
100.
Yeah, and that Challenge Tour success came at the expense of Modus Super Series royalty. Mervyn King.
120.
Very unlucky there for Tweddle. I'm sure Kent Silverstone can sympathise.
134.
Nice cover shot there from Cromwell, who's down to a finish. Well, as I alluded to in the top of the show, I did run into Jack Tweddle downstairs earlier on, who said he'd been suffering with a chest infection over the past week or so.
Jackie require 140.
But he's feeling a bit fresher today. And that's unlucky.
82. Tommy require
So,
100.
Cromwell with a chance to hold throw here. Great first start. And a very nice second as well.
Cromwell.
We were just
Second
saying, haven't we,
leg
in
is
the
Jack
first
to
game,
the
Wes
first.
Newton came into this
Game
with
on.
that same sort of build-up. A little bit unsure. And with that, you need the opening leg, you need the opening game to go
134.
well, and that could be the kickstarter for Tom Cromwell. That could have him have one of those campaigns that we've seen here before, where he becomes a
125.
very, very dangerous player.
Yeah, Tweddle will definitely not be panicking.
99.
He was second favourite at the start of the week to win Saturday night finals night.
95.
But a disappointing Group A campaign, I think it'd be fair to say, finds him here in Group C.
46.
But then again, that's probably why he's the 8-15 favourite over the next 2 days to make it to Saturday.
140.
Got his hands full here. according to the odds compilers, outside the big two of Jack Tweddle
23.
and
Tommy
Bradley
require
Roos,
141.
Cromwell was going to be the danger. And he's playing like a very dangerous player here.
100.
He certainly is. 41 remaining after 12. Tweddle not on a finish.
99.
So a
Tommy
chance
require
for an early
41.
break of throw. Double 16.
Game shot on the second
2 out of
leg.
2.
Tom Cromwell.
On the doubles. Strong stuff from Cromwell so
Third
far.
leg. It's Tom to throw first. Game on.
This won't make Jack Tweddle feel any better.
6.
Yes, he's running into a performance here. Cromwell, sort of mid-90s throughout the majority of this game so far. But Jack Tweddle, who, as you mentioned, disappointing to be in this position, to be in a Group C, meaning he's in the bottom half
140.
of the Group A table, picking up just 6 wins from his 15 matches. He'd have expected more from himself,
96.
as would a lot of people, because it's not just that challenge tour. That's easy to pick out, isn't it? And say, well, he's won a challenge tour event, he's playing really well, but
50
he's been doing so much more. Especially when we look at things such as the ADC events, always reaching the latter ends and the latter stages of those.
59.
And he's been knocking on the door of picking up a big title like one of those challenge tour titles for a while. It didn't come out of the blue. What has come out of the blue, though, is
38.
what is happening this week. It seems sort of the standout, but for the wrong reasons.
Cromwell, on the other hand,
57.
fresh and throwing very nicely in the early stages here.
96.
Tweddle, though, first to a finish to try and break back.
140. Jackie require 170.
Fishing rods at the ready. Hook line. Oh, not quite the sinker.
Tommy require 89.
These are moments that change games. Moments that you refer back to at the end of
64.
matches where you say
Jackie
that was the
required
moment that it all
25.
changed. And Cromwell has had 18 darts here, but unable to hold on to his throw. But Jack Tweddle is not going to
score.
find the break. Now
He
finds the
requires
bullseye a
gets
little
it.
bit too late.
Double 8 for a 3-0 lead. Double 4.
Game shot on the third leg. Tom Cromwell.
So,
Fourth leg. It's Jack to throw
potential
first.
back-to-back whitewashes
Game on.
this afternoon in our opening fixtures.
140.
But Tweddle is determined not to let that happen. There's not much
80.
between them. As the old Robin Hood makes an appearance. There's not much between them in the averages, but it's certainly been the doubling that has been the difference
140.
between these two players so far.
When you look at the probabilities
59.
and the odds, it would suggest that Jack Tweddle was going to run away with this group and it was all going to be a little bit too easy. Very rare you see someone so
81.
strongly odds on before a dart is thrown, but I think those favourite backers may just be getting a little bit worried.
94. Jack
could it be the
require
theme
140.
Of the month, I'm sure Manchester City were a lot shorter than 8 to 15 to lift the FA
74.
Cup. And look what happened there. But Tweddle is the favourite to hold throw here.
133. Jackie requires 66.
He's going to have one dart at it.
46.
But just
Tommy require 135.
clips the bottom wire. And Cromwell for a bit of a Hollywood finish. But can set it up
83.
to leave it
Jackie
relatively
require
tidy. But
20.
Jack Tweddle now
Game shot on the fourth leg.
will feel
Jack
a bit
Tweddle.
more comfortable at the hockey. Finally getting off the mark.
Fifth leg. It's Tom to throw first.
Knows he's got the big
Game
job ahead of him, though. Still needs to find breaks a throw, and right now he doesn't strike me as a player who's full of confidence. Just sort of moping around the stage at the
134.
moment, not quite getting anything more than maybe a bit of relief from that last leg.
55.
And that's not going to help either, because that's where the frustration starts to come when you start missing close and you know you don't have to make big adjustments. You look up
108.
and you see the game just slipping away.
He's not letting it slip away with these, though. Great reply. Cromwell unfazed. Look at this now.
137.
50 left after 9 darts. On throw. Here comes Tweddle again.
140. Tom, you require 50.
Cromwell with 2 match darts at double 16 will have to shift across.
Game shot and a
And
match.
that
Tom
is a
Cromwell.
fantastic winning dart for double. And it was the doubling there for Tom Cromwell that sees him get off to the best possible start and the group favourite with work to do. Good game that, both averaging north of 90, but look at that percentage of checkout success there for Tom Cromwell, 57% and change. Coming up next, Lloyd Walker against Bradley Roos.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
So 2 quick fire games to get us underway in Group C this afternoon. And already you would feel the door is ajar for that man there. Bradley Roos facing up against the local man, Lloyd Walker here. and the 2022 WDF World Boys Champion. There's a real chance to cement his claim for the Group C win. Still only a pup at 20 years of age. A former weekly winner, of course. And with that 4-1 loss in Jack Tweddle's opening game, Matt Edgar, Bradley may have been watching on, rubbing his hands together.
Yeah, like what he saw there from Jack Tweddle
First leg,
getting
it's
that
Lloyd to
defeat.
throw
However,
first.
we'll be very
Game
well aware now that he has more competition in the form of Tom Cromwell. And Lloyd Walker, we've seen some good things from on this stage. And if the
97.
players do their homework, certainly like they used to, Lloyd Walker may be looking at this and going, well, Bradley Roos has been here all week. He's dropped into Group C, so he's not been quite playing at his best. And certainly,
59.
when we look at the recent development tours over in Hildesheim for Bradley Roos, regularly sort of mid-70s, even into the low 60s at times, in regards to the performance, which means there are some vulnerabilities in there.
Very much so, and it's a strong start from Walker so far.
100.
Those very long points.
100.
With another ton, leaving a finish after the opening 9 darts.
Six.
I mean, this is the first
Would
time
you
I've got to
require
see Bradley Roos for a
164?
little bit of time. And there's a few concerns in there in regards to this
60.
action. That's looking a little bit sticky. Certainly on dart 1. See how he even throws the body into that first dart. Really struggling to get that one out of the hand.
140. Lloyd, you
Dart number
require
1.
104.
Great first dart. Good second.
72.
An
Bradley, you
unlucky
require
third.
142.
Well, Bradley has a tall order here for a 142, which means Lloyd will return for double 16
58. Lloyd, you require 32.
for an early hold of throw. Shifts across. Now, where's he going to go from here? He's almost out in the car park.
No score. Bradley, you
So,
require 84.
Chance for Bradley now. And let's see how this first dart goes. It goes high.
39.
Well,
Lloyd, you require 32.
that was not what he was hoping to achieve there. Walker again having to shimmy across.
16.
And it's another bounce
Bradley,
out,
you require 45.
which we've seen in all 3 games so far.
And for the first time, I'm going to say it's almost irrelevant of the result right now for Bradley Roos. It's almost irrelevant if he takes this 45. It's how he feels right now, because there is no fluency in that throw. It's one of those legs where he could win it and still come off
13.
feeling unhappy.
Lloyd,
Although,
you require
if that's going to be
16.
the case, he's going to have to avoid more darts here from Lloyd Walker.
Good guide this time.
No score.
Wrong bed.
Bradley, you require 32.
This gives Roos another chance. Another bite of the cherry. Double 16.
Game shot on the first leg. Bradley Roos.
And it's an early breaker throw, but you wouldn't call it comfortable.
Second leg. It's
No, and you
Bradley
wouldn't
to
say
throw
that's
first.
a player looking
Game
too
on.
happy that they've just broke the throw in the opening leg either. Something to monitor throughout this game and throughout this match.
What is it that's concerning you most about that first dart?
97.
We've got 2 problems. First of all, it's coming slow. It's sticking on that drawback. He's not getting that fluency in the rhythm. We see here Lloyd, lovely
140.
back forwards, lovely flow. But there's a little pause, and then you see the body there, that little rock, that little tip, and then you can keep the height with the rest. But he's just having to
129.
roll the shoulder, having to rotate into the throat.
43.
As you say, loosey-goosey from Walker. Very fluid action.
95.
Interesting switch.
140.
And a good riposte from Lloyd Walker there. But Bradley Roos now looking to leave this one sweet. And will do so. If he doesn't get a nasty deflection, he doesn't.
140.
Well tied it up.
It's exactly what he needs. He needs a good leg, a solid, something that you can
95.
find a little
Bradley
bit of trust in.
40.
Because I think that's the key thing that's missing right now for Bradley. Just a little bit of trust, that little bit of belief, which is unusual because I said at the opening of the show, he's a very confident young man.
Decent marker with the first. Wrong side with the second. Spot on with the third. And a 15-dart leg, 2-hold throw.
Third leg, it's Lloyd to throw first.
With Lloyd Walker now having some work to do.
$95.
It's an interesting situation there where you're analysing the Roos throw and you're not happy with it, but he's 2-0 up against Lloyd Walker, who's 2-0 down with that lovely fluid motion.
140.
Yeah, it's more to do with how Bradley will be feeling because he'll know it's not quite right. He'll know he's not got that rhythm, which just affects the trust. You just don't have that
40.
belief, and you can see it when he's moving around the board. Certainly, sort of down the left and the right-hand side where he was missing those sort of big numbers, the 15s, the 14s.
96.
Because you just haven't got that release point right, which makes you struggle with the highs and the lows. We've got no real consistency, really, in where Bradley's darts are landing. They're high, they're low.
59. Lloyd
Prime
require
example.
170.
Indeed. Now, will Walker go for this? If he gets the second, he can't.
61.
And it's another bounce out. I wouldn't even call that a bounce out. It didn't bounce, it kind of just flopped to the floor.
You'll see a lot of people now sort of tinkering with different equipment, and a lot of them are going to these moulded systems, which have a lot more rigid, not much give, and that's all that happened there. Just a clatter of the equipment just took the pace out of the dart.
77. Bradley, you require 164.
So, one leg dart missed for Lloyd Walker. And this would be special, but again, going low with that first dart.
58. Lloyd, you require 32.
So, Lloyd Walker to get off the mark.
Game shot on the third leg. Lloyd
And
Walker.
does so with aplomb.
There it is, he says. A bit of a Bob Anderson
Fourth
celebration
leg, it's
for
Bradley
Lloyd
to throw
Walker.
First. Game on.
Maybe a bit of relief as well for him.
Maybe if he makes Saturday, he'll ride a horse into the arena, such as Bob Anderson in the Circus Tavern back in the day.
Yeah, I'm
58.
I'm not convinced health and safety in 2025 would allow that, but maybe some form of animal could be in play. I mean, he's got a duck on the
140.
bottom of his shirt. Maybe we could incorporate some rubber ducks in some way. I'm not sure how health and safety approved that back in the day either, to be honest with you.
No, it's absolutely
57.
crazy how they manage that one. It's a very tight and compact venue, the old Circus
97.
Tavern, if you've never been, which of course was the home of the World Seniors, won by Ross Montgomery, of course. They've just announced their invites
60.
for next year's renewal.
But this was always the danger
140.
in this game. Although Bradley had that 2-0 lead, it didn't feel convincing. It always felt like it was one of those that could turn around.
42. Lloyd, you require 100.
He's struggling a bit now, isn't he, Bradley Roos? Lloyd Walker looking to set this one up. An unlucky 60.
I wouldn't just be singling out from this point, even at the point of going 2-0 up. It's always felt like a bit of a battle for Bradley.
Lloyd requires
Always
64.
felt like there was something here for Lloyd Walker if he could just start to tighten things up. And that is tightening things up. A nice 15 dart, 5 visit leg for Lloyd Walker to get that breaker throat. And now will probably become a big favourite for this.
First. Game on.
Absolutely. Back on throw. And straight back into the treble.
108.
Very, very comprehensive from Lloyd Walker, who's really finding his groove now.
$80.
That's another dart on the floor. Stats boffins. I know there are lots out there. Should be calculating
95.
how many darts have hit the floor so far today. We could be on for a record in this session.
$140.
That's much better from Roos there.
56.
And a trebleless visit does leave a finish, but it is the biggest of them all.
Well, the recorded action for Bradley Roos, looking back through the games of which we've got access to, it has been 15 matches since he last recorded an average over 90.
135.
He has managed 6 that are in the 60s.
He's currently hovering just below the 80 mark.
Lloyd, you require 35.
He does leave a finish. Walker, though, will have 2 for double 16 to take the lead here and only needs 1.
Lloyd Walker.
And Lloyd Walker is 1 leg
flag.
away
It's Bradley to throw first.
from a win in his opening game this afternoon.
$41.
There it is. It's always been there, isn't it? Just under the surface from dart number 1. And that isn't just the result. I mean, this is match number 1
140.
in a Group C campaign. Bradley Roos has won groups. He's won weeks here before at the Super Series. But you would have felt a lot of that. And you could see it from the very start. It's always been brewing with Bradley that something just is not right at the moment
97.
in regards to that action. And there's certainly no fluency there.
140.
So the $1 million question is, what can he do to resolve?
That is the hardest part. Because on a normal event, he would go
81.
home. He'd have lost. That's it. Go back, regroup, come back. Now he's got a matter of minutes. We're talking within the hour. He's going to be back on the stage again, trying to find something. Well, this one looks like it may be gone.
108.
Or is it?
Lloyd, you require 81.
Well, it will be if Lloyd Walker takes out this 81. It'll be 1 dart for the centre of the board.
34. Bradley, you require 102.
So Bradley Roos now back for 102 to take this one to a deciding leg. He will have 1 dart at it.
82.
Just
Lloyd,
cannot quite
47.
convert at tops. And Lloyd Walker, double 16.
Shot and the match. Lloyd Walker
Goes in and takes a win in his opening match. Thus seeing out the opening round of fixtures in Group C. Disappointment for the young Dutchman Bradley Roos, who has work to do this afternoon. Really encouraging stuff though from Lloyd Walker. Decent enough on the doubles once he got that opening leg on the board out the way. But the second group of games will start very soon with Kent Silverstone against Tom Cromwell. Second round of games getting underway then in Group C this afternoon. The first of the round robins have all been pretty one-sided. And Kent Siverston with a 4-0 loss against Wes Newton in the opening game of the afternoon, averaging just 76. Will be hoping for a much improved performance here against Tom Cromwell, who has the highest average of the day so far at 93.
First leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game
One
on.
man who will be watching on with interest, keen interest, Kent Siverston, is Cord Decker, who will be his partner
81.
in the World Cup of Darts next month. What do you think he'll be thinking at the moment?
He'll be excited for the
96.
opportunity as well. Siverston, Cord Decker, a player we see here before at the Super Series.
44.
But it's going to be an interesting partnership, isn't it? Because it's sort of going to be little and large.
57.
Absolutely. So Kent looking for a bit of consistency, I think it's fair to
59.
say. Has shown glimpses of what he's about so far, but not quite
83.
putting it all together as well he would like to. This is better now. And that kind of sums him up, I
85.
suppose. One very good dart, but the other two can't follow.
That's the game when you start going through the levels, and that's what he's trying to do at the moment. He's trying to work himself
57.
through the levels, been playing on the PDC Nordic Baltic system, and to take what would be a step up to the Super Series, it's just
100.
consistency. And then to take the next one, just, again, that consistency, that is the difference. Everyone can sort of do these 15, 12 dart
140.
legs. It's
Can you require
the regularity.
132?
Treble 19. Just not quite there. He'll be looking...
63.
Well, I would have thought you'd have been
Probably
looking at
requires
16s
68.
there. Interesting way to go. Cromwell now with 68. One at tops.
48. Can you require 69?
Siverston is now back. He will go for 18, but he's missed the big number.
53.
In danger of
Tommy
making a mess of
requires
this, but he
20.
does leave 16. Cromwell, though, back for double 10. Moving across, using the guide. Nasty deflection. Moving across again.
10.
And it's just the wrong
Can you
side.
require 16?
So another chance for Sivertson here.
Game shot on the first leg. Kent
And
Sivertson.
pings double 4. It is only a hold of throw.
Second leg.
But
It's
that
Tom
will
to throw first.
settle the nerves
on.
somewhat for Sivertson.
felt like the wrong play that for Cromwell on the double. Just sliding to the left all the time, trying to play into the barrel would have
78.
been much more beneficial to take the move to the right and go over the flight. That is now in the history
100.
books, and it's now time to try and turn this one around. And for Cromwell, he probably felt the hardest job of the day was done.
6.
That coming in game number 1. 4-1 success over Jack Tweddle. Recent winner on the Challenge Tour. Favourite to win this group.
40.
One of the favourites to win the week. But it's a different challenge. It's a different prospect when you go into games as a favourite compared to being the
95.
underdog. And we see this all the way through darts. Everybody always wants to be the underdog. No one wants to be regarded as the favourite and the
81.
pace setter. But Cromwell in this game would be that. And I can tell you for a fact and from experience, so it does change the way you feel about the
42.
games.
Well, there was that record, wasn't there, in the World Championships that whenever Phil Taylor didn't win the
53.
title, whoever knocked him out always got knocked out the following round.
134.
Cromwell now leaving a finish. But this is much more encouraging from Kent
140.
Sivertson here.
Tommy require 92.
So 72 remaining. Went for the 2 double
52.
18s.
Can you require 87?
And now Sivertson has a chance for a break of throw. But again, misses the big number.
75. Tommy require
Cromwell's
40.
already had 4 darts at a double in this match. Wasn't able to convert to find the break of throw. But he
Gauge on the
can
second
convert
leg.
on this
Tom
occasion
Cromwell.
to get the hold, and maybe not the same sort of reactions we had in the game against Jack
Third
Tweddle.
leg,
Just
it's
knows
Kent
he's
to
not
throw
quite
first.
playing up to that
Game
level,
on.
which is one of the dangers of the Super Series. When you go up there, you have one of those great games, and then you think, right, I found it today.
36.
You go up there, you expect it to happen again, and when you're not replicating, you can sort of see the difference very quickly between that sort of level of the good
96.
darts and what is currently being produced now.
Sivertson, unfortunate there not to find a treble. What do you make of his nickname? Kick-ass.
59.
Big fan of the movies, number 1 and 2. I'm not sure, like, how much marketing you could potentially do with that one.
You wouldn't be seen round Portsmouth then
45.
wearing a kick-ass baseball cap.
I can think of a lot of interesting YouTube content I could make with it, though.
40.
Oh, think of the views. Cromwell now looking to put a hole in this 301.
60.
Can't really do so, though. Again, signs of frustration here from Sivertson.
9.
We were talking earlier about the action of Bradley Roos. What do you make of Ken Sivertson? Is there any flaws in the throw that could be contributing to a couple of these wayward darts?
59. Tommy require 141.
Yeah, he's just not quite throwing out to the board, shall we say. Just sort of hooking across himself at times, which is why he's struggling to get those darts straight. A lot of 5s and 1s. 18 darts thrown just past the halfway point of the leg. This isn't going to get the job done here at the Super Series.
60. Tommy require
Well, it was a
32.
great setup from Cromwell, who has 2 more darts now at double 16. That was a bit wayward. One for double 8. There it is.
Tom Cromwell.
And that is a break of throw.
4th flag. It's Tom
Although
to
I think
throw
he
first.
knows it. Sometimes you get lost in the game and the flow of things. He was just sort of having a look over to the scoreboard, probably seeing if that was a break and if he's got the chance now to go
42.
and open up a bit of a gap.
$96.
Better from Sivertson.
50.
And he's being allowed back into this one.
$64.
But that's a perfect example once again there of a fantastic first start with the 2 remaining just not doing as they're told, not following in.
$43.
He seems to be trying to like flick at the dart with the fingers a little bit. Does have a very strong action. Wrist coming over the top, pushing through with the arm, good acceleration. It's all there, so he doesn't really need to be flicking with the fingers. Just needs to be getting the hand off the dart.
140.
And at times just flicking at that dart, which is when he's losing that light. Dart's dropping low, dart's going right.
100.
He's still leading the leg, however, but
85.
Cromwell first to a finish. How will Sivertson leave things here?
58. Tommy require 126.
So 19's the order of the day for Cromwell. Not this time, but a
86.
good treble 16 there,
And you require
leaving himself
140.
tops. Sivertson with 140. And he'll go high here.
100. Tom, you require.
So tops a piece after 18 darts. Cromwell the first at it and only needs one
Tom Cromwell
to move a leg away from making it 2 wins out of 2.
Fifth leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game on.
Potential back-to-back 4-1 wins as well for Cromwell.
140.
4-1 over Tweddle. And in these Group C campaigns, you don't have a lot of time. Unlike the Group A we've just watched, it's only a 2-day event rather than a 3. 10 matches instead of the 15. Normal circumstances, you're looking around about 14 points to qualify, which means you need 7 wins out your 10 matches. So you can lose 3. You lose 4, and it starts becoming out of your hands where you need results to go your way. Silverstone's in danger here of not only having 2 of those 3 lives gone,
42.
but doing so only winning the 1 leg. Would spell big danger early on.
60.
Well, it is on the Silverstone throw, of course, so
97.
he has left a finish. With Cromwell now looking to do the same,
98.
but won't do so. So 6 darts from here at 146 for Silverstone. Won't go this time.
95.
He's left a 2 dart combination now with Cromwell looking to
108.
with a little no luck 180
Can you require 51?
to leave double 3. And he's missed the big number again. That's the 3rd time in this match.
19.
Just goes wide. And Cromwell, can he sit that one on top? Can he sit that one on top?
No score.
So maybe the no-look 180
32.
wasn't the best of ideas.
No, certainly not for the angle of entry there for Cromwell. Did block it up, but could be back. He
24.
is back. Another opportunity to get the job done.
6.
And back-to-back 4-1 wins.
So maybe it was a good idea after all. As he takes out double 3 for another 4-1 win. Tom Cromwell making an early charge in Group C. It wasn't as prolific as that opening win, but a win nonetheless. And Tom Cromwell with 2 wins out of 2 this afternoon. Interesting battle up next as Bradley Roos takes on Wes Newton.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. And you join us in the second round of fixtures in Group C this afternoon. Now, Wes Newton opened the show with a 4-0 success over Kent Siverson with an 88 average. He now takes on
First leg, it's
the
Bradley
2022
to throw first.
WDF World Boys Champion,
Game on.
Bradley Roos, who, as we mentioned in his first game, Matt Edgar, could be struggling a little bit with his action.
100.
Yeah, it looks like a change as well in equipment for Bradley, just to maybe feel a little bit different in the hand. But this was a guy, Wes Newton, that wasn't struggling at all. We didn't know what to expect. He didn't know what to expect. The word hope came around a lot, and although the average was 88, it felt like it was better than that for Wes Newton, and he'd be more than happy with 88, I can tell you that. Certainly, in regards to the lack of competitive play he's been getting, although he's been playing the ADC Vaults, it's not the same. It's not the same playing those local events as it is coming out and playing on an international platform. Certainly playing sort of tournament styles. But I've got to say,
44.
The action looking a little bit more fluent this time from Bradley Roos. Good to see.
Very much so. And speaking to
59.
Wes Newton this morning, he even mentioned the Q word, and not the Q word that you would expect, which would be Q school, but he mentioned quitting the game altogether, which he said he didn't want to do. So here's hoping for a good week for the Warrior.
100.
And that is vintage Wes Newton.
Bradley require 156.
Bradley Roos then with a 156, a Dutch special.
140.
Has left it tidy enough. Wes Newton, 117. Can't go now.
85.
Has
Bradley
left himself on double
16.
16. Bradley, though, with double 8. Moving across the hockey.
Game shot on the
Nicely
first
done
leg.
indeed.
Bradley Roos.
Positive signs there for the young Dutchman.
Yes, shot exactly. That
Second leg
reminds me
is
of the one we
Wes to
just
throw
saw from
first.
Tom Cromwell
Game
in
on.
his 4-1 victory over Kent Siverson, where I suggested the shot was go the opposite way and throw over the flight. Bradley Roos, obviously in
45.
agreement, he did that exact same shot. And it worked out for him on this occasion. But what a much better leg. The freedom in the action, the fluency. This is a complete contrast to what we saw in that opening game.
88.
And we're going to get to see how the reaction is for Wes Newton, because he played well in that opening game, but he had it all his own way. It was a front-running performance with very little coming back. Now we're going to see how he reacts to a bit of adversity. Not been in this position probably a lot of recent times, where playing against someone who's matching you, going blow for blow,
88.
makes a difference.
It does, but Newton has that experience, of course. A two-time Desert Classic semi-finalist.
45.
A UK Open finalist. And a Premier League participant as well.
But I guarantee you, if you ask Wes Newton about those, that'll feel a lifetime ago. That is not the player on the hockey right now. Mentally or physically.
140.
Still some good signs of life, though, from the Fleetwood man. Roos, though, in control.
97.
With a chance to break the Newton throw, although Wes will look to
137.
tidy that 2-11
Bradley
up.
require 88.
Two-dart combination left. But 88 required now for Roos. And it'll be one dart for double 7.
Game shot on the second leg. Bradley Roos.
Snug in the corner of the double. And that is a breaker throw.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Well, just like in the last leg there, Wes Newton doing his best work at the back end of a leg, finding a big visit to try and put some pressure on Bradley, but he responds very, very well. But how will he respond to this situation? A new question mark arises because he went 2-0 up in his last game, Bradley Roos, against Lloyd Walker.
35.
Wasn't able to convert, in fact, from 2-0 up, wasn't able to win another leg.
And for bounce out enjoyers, we are still averaging over 1 a game so far. As Wes Newton had a dart on the floor there.
60.
So lucky with that third.
This is just where the demeanour can tell you a lot. In that last game, it was like you could see Wes Newton going through the gears, the pace,
60.
the way he was moving around the stage, sliding and gliding. Now just sort of a lot slower, a lot more flat-footed.
92.
Nip and tuck throughout this third leg then.
140.
That's a good visit though from the 2021 JDC World Champion.
59. Bradley require 170.
And Newton can't respond, so 6 darts minimum here for Roos.
94.
And a good covering treble 18 will leave him on 76. Newton, can he leave a finish from here? Oh. Another bounce out, 60 on the floor.
The timing of that is horrific as well for Wes.
85.
Good
Bradley
use of the board, though.
76.
Gets himself down to a finish. But again, looking for a big power play at the end of the leg. Bradley Roos looking to wrap it up, looking for his third leg of the match. This time opts to go the opposite way and play into the barrel.
68.
Oh, that's unlucky. That was a good effort. That wasn't a badly thrown dart at all. A troubleless visit
Bradley
from 170
8.
for Wes Newton. As Bradley now comes back for 3 darts at double 4.
Game shot on the third leg. Bradley Roos.
Well, he's playing to the level
Fourth
which
flag,
Wes
it's
Newton
Wes to
did
throw
in the
first.
opening game. The problem for Wes is he's dropped 8 points off his average from match 1 to 2 so far.
140.
That's better. As time is running out in this one for the Warrior.
60.
He'll still feel he can turn this one around, though, will Wes Newton. It's one of the things about the format here at the Super
95.
Series. Will feel quite a short race for the players. Certainly for the players that have got sort of the longevity that Wes Newton has got. And He'll know how quick this can turn around, the mental battles that happen,
59.
certainly from a 3-0 lead. It's very easy when you think you've got all that comfort room to see the opportunity dwindle away. And you feel like you've got something to lose. 3-0 up. Right, should get the job done. I should get the points here.
100. Where's your
Just
require?
saw there with that
126.
second dart with Bradley, just that shoulder coming into play there, dropping low.
58.
Newton, though, leaving himself 68. Can Roos now find 2 trebles to leave a finish himself?
60.
He
Where's
can't.
your require? 68.
So no pressure on this 68 then for Wes Newton. Good guide for the double.
Game shot on the full
And
flag.
that's very
Wes
nicely
Newton.
done indeed. Newton back in this one.
Fifth flag.
But
It's
Roos
Bradley
now
to throw first. Game on.
with the darts to get off the mark in the league table this afternoon.
You can tell a lot from the reaction of a player when they win a leg, can't you? That was, where have you been, from Wes Newton. But the interesting thing here is Bradley is starting to dip as the finishing line is coming in sight. Almost becoming desperate to find a big 140 just to get himself settled back into the action here against the Warrior.
Yeah, in the space of a leg and a bit there, Wes Newton's average has gone up to 85, which is actually
40.
higher than the current 84 for Roos that now.
You just feel though the pace is going to suit Bradley more than it is Wes right now. Bradley just trying to take his time a little
42.
bit more with things. See Wes there at the hockey, arm up, ready. He wants to get on with this. He'll be saying, get out the way, Bradley. Wants to get in that rhythm and that flow, and it's another one on the floor.
Well, I have sympathy for referee Jack Garwood there, who throughout the afternoon will probably be the focus of some discerning looks from the players, because there's no one else to blame on the stage. But that's 3 bounce outs for Newton in this match alone.
And there's that visit that Bradley's been waiting for, that 2 treble combination now forces Wes you feel into a maximum. Can't find it. But can get himself down to
Bradley,
a
you
finish.
require 160.
Finally in the balance here. But if it goes wrong for Wes Newton, he'll be on the receiving end of a defeat.
Well, we thought it was on there.
Where's your require? 144.
But tidied up relatively well. Newton, though, with a shot for 144. Disappointing first start.
122.
The other 2, though,
Bradley, you require
tidy
60.
enough. But Bradley should have 2 match darts here. He'll go over the top, but not far enough. Double 10.
No score.
Oh, dear me. Wrong side of the wire.
Require 22.
And Wes Newton will have double 11 for a break of throw and to really get back in this game. That second dart's a great guide.
No score.
But it will not
Bradley
follow.
Require 60.
It's the angle of entry here for Bradley Russo is the problem. Just find that he's going to block up that tops. Wants to stay away from the treble. May have to shuffle.
Game shot.
And there it is.
Bradley Roos.
A 4-1 victory for Bradley Roos over Wes Newton. And Bradley, a puff of the cheeks and a sigh of relief to get off the mark this afternoon. Smiles all round on the stage as we take a look at the averages. Wes Newton actually averaging higher in that one, but it's that checkout success percentage that tells the tale. Coming up next, Jack Tweddle faces off with Lloyd Walker.
54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Big game coming up now at the Modus Super Series live and free here on Pluto TV. The group favourite Jack Tweddle has a bit of work to do here. He lost his opening match of the afternoon to Tom Cromwell, who's now a perfect 2 out of 2. And he faces Lloyd Walker, who beat Bradley Roos 4-2.
First
We've just seen
leg,
Bradley
it's
beat
Jack
Wes
to the first.
Newton.
Game on.
So this one could be delicately poised.
Yet to really come into his own,
57.
has he, Jack Tweddle, this week at the Super Series. Has been here all week, dropped into a Group C campaign after what was a disappointing Group
96.
A. But I think this game could be one that really suits him. Another player that likes to play with pace and rhythm and freedom within
93.
his throw here in Lloyd Walker, and I think the pair will thrive on the opportunity of being to the Yoki very quickly. You see there, Jack Tweddle just got to the
140.
back of the stage and Lloyd Walker was picking up dart number 3.
Well, they don't call him Lightning for nothing.
108.
As Jack Tweddle
He
fills up the treble 20. Well, look at this now.
133.
Rat-a-tat-tat then here at the Super Series. Tweddle's in again.
131.
And he
Would you
leaves
require
himself tops after
132?
12 darts, but that might not be good enough.
57. Jack, you
Walker
require
can't
40.
do anything with that.
Game shot on the
1-3-2, and
first
Jack
leg,
Tweddle
Jack Tweddle.
fires in tops and looks
Second
a
leg, it's
determined
Lloyd to throw
figure on that
first.
stage there
Game on.
to get back on track.
Well, that was everything we expect, and for both players to be able to find it. And that's why head-to-head
60.
records really do matter. Because there'll be certain players that you enjoy playing more, certain players that you tend to be able to find
97.
better against.
With Tweddle coming off the back of a disappointing, by his standards, Group A campaign,
60.
do you think he should really find this Group C useful? As you just cast your mind back to a few weeks ago, the Champion of Champions
140.
week, where Jensen Walker also had a bit of a disappointing Group A, but
97.
was able to build momentum steadily through the week, culminating in a victory on Saturday night.
I think it's one of those things really for Jack Tweddle that
94.
he would come here expecting to be here on Saturday night. So I think the route of which he goes shouldn't really be all. It
100.
certainly shouldn't come
Jackie
into his
require
mindset. Okay, I'm in Group
170.
C. I'll just go through that way. Whatever it is, it's an opportunity, and that's an opportunity. Inviting Dart on the treble 20.
145.
Grazes the bullseye, but will be back. Didn't need to go for the 170.
95. Jackie
So can
require
he tidy up this
25.
25 then for a 2-0 lead? It'll be double 12. Great marker.
13. Lloyd, you
But cannot
require
utilise it.
89.
And Lloyd Walker is back for 89. He's going to have a go at the ball.
58. Jackie required 12.
Can't convert. Tweddle returns. Another good guide. But again,
6. Lloyd,
can't
you require
utilise it.
31.
double 8.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Lloyd Walker.
the Hampshire man converts to tie the game.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first.
If Lloyd Walker
Game on.
makes it through to Saturday night, we might be struggling for space in the live lounge.
57.
Bound to bring a huge following with him from down the road.
100.
Some real good Saturday nights, haven't we, this year? 2025 has seen the
55.
atmosphere really pick up in the live lounge on a Saturday evening, and I'm sure plenty more big evenings ahead. Certainly as we're in the early stages here of Series 11.
Fast and fluid there from Lloyd Walker
100.
with that maximum. Tickets available for Saturday night from dartshop.tv.
100.
As Tweddle now
60. Lloyd, you
looking to
require
put a dent in his score, but
121.
can't do so. Walker in the ascendancy here. 71 remaining. That's a great second dart.
89.
That would have been for an impressive 12 dart leg there, but he'll be back for double 16. Tweddle trying to
99. Lloyd, you require 32.
charge down. Well, here's Lloyd Walker.
No score.
Just
Jackie
going low with that
required
third. It looked like
130.
it was going to follow along from his first two. And Tweddle was smelling blood there, but
80. Lloyd,
a
you
lax
require
second
32.
dart puts pay for a leg dart. Double 8.
Game shot on the third leg. Lloyd Walker.
And a breaker throw for Lloyd Walker. Puts him favourite for this
Fourth
game.
leg, it's Lloyd to throw
And puts
first.
Jack Tweddle in a bit of bother.
Big trouble. Because he's already been on the stage today, Jack Tweddle, and lost on that
56.
occasion. 4-1 to Tom Cromwell. If he starts his campaign here with back-to-back defeats, it's going to be quite an uphill climb.
43.
Yes, he can still get there, and I always say the best thing to do is don't play the league table. Just go in there with
95.
that expectation. I need to win 7 matches. If you win 7 games, the majority of time that is enough.
58.
Which means he would still be able to lose a further game.
100.
The form Lloyd Walker's showing so far today.
115.
The Hampshire man doesn't look like losing at the moment.
100.
I suppose you can cast your mind back to recent times where there's been some good examples. David Evans, probably the prime example. Player who lost his first 3 matches in a Group A campaign and then went on to win the rest and qualified with ease.
So Walker well in command here. And in his first game, he beat the group's second favourite. And he's got 60 left to go 3-1 up on the favourite for Group C.
Requires 60.
A long way to go yet, though. Now, that was loose, to say the least. So, and that was a bit nervy as well. 1 for tops.
40. Jack, you require 140.
Nervy darts from Walker.
60.
Tweddle
You require 20.
can't leave a 1 dart finish. And Walker has 1 dart left for 10s.
No score. Jack, you require
Couldn't make his
80.
mind up, could he, which way he was going to go with that, and the hard work that Walker has done could all be undone here. 1 dart at top, so Jack Tweddle for a level game.
Game shot on the
Oh,
full
that's
flag.
a big
Jack
find
Tweddle.
in the context of the match, and not only that, the psychological warfare that will be going on
Fifth
right
flag,
now,
it's
because
Jack to throw
Lloyd
first.
Walker will be
Game on.
feeling like he should be 3-1 up, and he would be very justified in those thoughts.
Is that a turning
41.
point for not just this game, but maybe for Jack Tweddle's week?
100.
If it is, he'll need an improved visit this time around.
60.
So opens up with 2 trebleless visits, Tweddle, allowing Walker back in here.
84.
And has taken the darts on the Tweddle throw. This is better, though. This is much better.
140.
But Walker's reply
140.
isn't too shabby either.
$44.
So Lloyd Walker looking to set this up
99.
and does so, leaving him on 78. Tweddle not yet on a finish, but will be now.
140.
That's a good leave as well. So against the throw here, Lloyd Walker 2 for double
Game's
12.
on the 5th flag. Lloyd Walker.
Neatly done.
6th flag. It's Lloyd to throw first.
Breaks straight
Game.
back. And now has the darts to see this game through.
140.
Like what we're seeing here from Lloyd Walker, it wasn't a moment for him there to dwell on.
6.
The reaction was very, very simple, wasn't it? It was, oh, right, let's step it up, and
6.
on the basis of that, it was a bit of controlled aggression as well on the confirmation of the leg. Good signs, and I feel like this is something that we've been lacking when we've seen Lloyd Walker in the past. I almost feel like he's gone up there and sort of performed his darts rather than played it.
56.
Where this, a completely different demeanour. It's good to see. He's getting him results.
100.
Impressive results as well. Averaging 90 in his opening game. He's just off that here.
59.
Well, Tweddle currently averaging 82.
42.
We know he can perform much, much better than that.
140.
And Lloyd Walker will return for the match on 46 points. Tweddle
80. Lloyd, you
to keep up
require
our run of
46.
bounce outs. Incredible, really, the amount we've had in every game. But here we go then. For Walker, 1 dart, a double 8.
30.
Just clipping
Jack,
the
you
outside
require
wire.
164.
And Jack Tweddle with a Hollywood finish required to level this game. He needs the ball.
139. Lloyd, you require 16.
Great effort. But Walker now with double 8 once again.
Game shot.
Gets the
and
double
match,
4.
Lloyd Walker.
And that is another big, big win for Lloyd Walker. He's beaten the top 2 favourites for Group C to make it a perfect 2 out of 2 for the Hampshire man this afternoon. 82 average for Walker there. Tweddle with a slightly higher, but still around about 82, 83 as well. And coming up next, Bradley Roos is back on stage. He faces Kent Sivertson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV. Those are the results in Group C so far this afternoon, with Tom Cromwell amongst the early pace setters, along with Lloyd Walker, who has defeated the two favourites for the group in Bradley Roos and Jack Tweddle. And we can see how the table is shaping up. Tom Cromwell and Lloyd Walker, the two front runners, with Bradley Roos and Wes Newton just off the pace. And work to do with Jack Tweddle, the 8-15 group favourite at the start of play, down the bottom with Kent Sivertson, who's coming off the back of a full week. The pair of them, in fact, from Group A earlier this week. Matt Edgar is alongside me as we now face off between kick-ass Kent Sivertson, who will be hoping for some improvement on his day so far, against Bradley Roos, who's signs of real encouragement with his opening win this afternoon, overcoming a sticky start.
Yeah, it's a player who he's been with all week. He would know the sort of inconsistencies of which we've seen so far.
First. Game on.
So Bradley will probably be coming to this one quite confident that he can play himself into that position, as the odds compilers thought he was, which was one of the big favourites to go on and win this group. But that could be showing itself to be very incorrect.
Just goes to show
60.
You never quite know. Nothing is a foregone conclusion here at the Super Series.
100.
Who will be joining Stephen Johnston, the Group A winner, here on finals night on Saturday.
One thing's sure
40.
With Stephen Johnson already through, it's going to be emotional. We're going to see everything on display. One of those players who just leave you guessing in regards to what he is thinking.
With a crowd to bounce off as well on Saturday. It should be very lively indeed.
135.
Nice visit there from Roos. Sivertson
134.
with a nice cover shot in response as well. Green shoots of recovery for the Norwegian.
96.
He'll come back
Can you
looking
require 107?
for this 107.
$55. Bradley, you require 170.
So we got close in the last game. And we won't get a shot this time around for the big fish.
60. Can you require 52?
Sivertson is back for 52. He's just about got the big number this time. Good marker for tops.
32. Bradley, you require 110.
That was unlucky. Now Bradley's back for 110.
Options here. 18s was the choice, not going to go. Another opportunity
56.
now for
Can you
Sivertson
require 20?
to get what today is quite a rare thing, a leg on the board.
Double 5.
Game shot on the first leg. Kent Sivertson.
And Sivertson is on the board. A hold of throw.
Second leg. It's Bradley to throw
A
first.
shake of the head from Bradley.
I think this will be more annoying for Bradley. We saw the issues in
59.
the opening game. He wasn't releasing the dart. He was sticking in the hand, and he lost a 2-0 lead against Lloyd Walker. But then there were so many encouraging signs
59.
in the performance against Wes Newton. Looked to have put all the issues behind him, and then comes back into this one. You just see that rocking the body starting to appear
36.
again. But the benefit is the dart not so sticky, because we were starting to think about the dreaded D word for dart players.
43.
Yeah, not nice to see. Particularly of a young man who's still only a relative baby in the sport at 20 years of age.
60.
Has the darting world at his feet. The JDC 2021 world champion. Followed in on the
61.
WWF the following year. Been a development tour winner as well this year. But is now fighting back.
140. 81.
So Roos now looking to leave it sweet. Sivertson well back.
93. Bradley require 106.
Does leave a finish, so a little bit of pressure on this 106. He'll go to 18s.
98.
And that marker was there to hit that treble 20 with the third dart to leave double 4 now. Sivertson can't convert.
100. Bradley
so Roos will be
require
back
8.
for parity. Bent the wire.
Thought he was in, wasn't he? He was halfway down the hockey. That one is in though, Bradley. A level game. Better leg. He'll feel a little bit more encouraged after
Third
that
leg.
one.
It's Kent to throw first. Game on.
Trying to give himself a G up, trying to find the best, and we've seen what his best can do. Certainly here at the Super Series, a participant in Champions Week here at the Super Series, that on the back of winning a week. So he knows what it takes to get
59.
the job done. Which, in regards to winning a week here at the Super Series, we can't say the same for anyone else in this
46.
group.
Now this is better.
108.
Look at the grouping on that. And Sivertson
58.
can't respond with a treble, so advantage Bradley Roos. Maybe just letting Sivertson back in with a glimmer of light.
134.
Can't leave a finish. So Bradley will be first to a potential finish here.
And I'm not sure Sivertson knew that he couldn't leave a finish there. He was sort of looking over at the scoreboard, waiting for it to update, thinking, am I on a finish or am I not?
That was wonderful symmetry. Synchronised dancing on the stage at the Super Series.
What's that song that used to come on where when you sit on the floor and like lean to the side and tap the floor, didn't they? Used to rock like you was in a boat.
58.
It felt like
Can
that.
you require
I know
8?
exactly what you mean, but I cannot think. Answers on a postcard. Oops, upside your head.
Kent Sivertson.
As Sivertson dispatches 80. And
Fourth
Bradley's
leg,
not
it's
happy
Bradley
there.
to throw first. Game on.
He gave himself a bit of a beating there, didn't he? Which I always find it a weird fight when you fight yourself.
96.
Because even when you're winning, you're technically losing.
That's why one-man boxing's never quite
100.
taken off.
$134.
So Bradley with the higher average so far, but finds himself trailing. Sivertson hitting the shots when it matters the most.
$59.
And Sivertson, if he can follow in with a 1 or 2 treble visit here, can take command of this match.
140.
And that's exactly what has happened. Sivertson down to a finish first against the throw.
$140.
But that's a good
Can you
riposte
require 127?
by the young Dutchman there. Sivertson will start on 20s. Onto 17s, and that leaves the ball.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Kent Sivertson.
Beautifully done there. Signs of life from
Fifth
Sivertson.
flag. It's Kent to throw first. Game on.
Bradley continuing to berate himself, but there's nothing you can do
60.
with finishing darts like Sivertson just showed there. Right in the heart of the bullseye.
A touch of quality that we're seeing on occasion for him, and a touch of quality that will really encourage his partner going into that World Cup of Darts.
134.
All the conversation and discussion is around Team England, isn't it? Luke Littler, Luke Humphries, how are they going to walk the event? And
100.
one thing we're seeing here with this Group C campaign is just because you're the favourite doesn't mean it's all going to go your way.
Not a bad pairing to represent England, though.
83.
Yeah, I'd select them.
They've probably just about earned it.
96.
So Roos back here then. Needing another treble.
100.
Very unlucky not to get it as well. Just nothing is going his way. He will feel.
57.
But he will leave himself a chance to break straight back here.
60.
Would have been hoping for slightly more there, but his first to a finish on the Sivertson throw.
44. Bradley, you require 124.
So he'll look across for treble 18. And he won't like that.
41.
He won't like that one bit. Sivertson with a 144 at his mercy. And these are the
74.
loose darts that have
Bradley
been plaguing
require
Sivertson
83.
throughout the week when he'd been showing some good stuff. Roos now for double 16. Use the guide.
51.
Can't
Kent,
do
you
so.
require 70.
And now Kent Sivertson returns for 70. That's a great first start. Double 8 it is.
62. Bradley, you
Two match
require
darts come and go.
32.
Felt a bit rushed that first one from Kent. But quite a big adjustment across the board as well. Bradley Roos, same sort of area to keep this game going, to keep his hopes
Game shot on
alive.
the
That's a
fifth
good
flag,
find.
Bradley Roos.
Blocked up the whole top half of that double. Only had about 30,
Sixth flag, it's
40%
Bradley
to
to the
throw
row
at there.
first. Game on.
Sometimes they actually become the easier shots where you have to throw into a concentrated area of the double. Aim small, miss small philosophy.
57. $58.
So neither can find a treble on their opening visits in this crucial sixth leg.
100. $60.
So advantage Bradley Roos in this leg, you would feel,
59.
but it's still very much for the taking. Sivertson looking to find a treble or two here. The treble 19s have been working reasonably well for him in this one so far.
97.
And they're working for Bradley as well now.
$44.
That's a good first start. He'll want another one in there.
100.
And he's unlucky not to get it. Leaves himself nice enough on 88. Here comes Sivertson.
101. Bradley, you require 88.
Who does leave a finish. Now, 88 required to take us to a deciding leg. Interesting.
56.
Very interesting.
Require
Yeah, he said to
142.
Sivertson, I don't think you can take out this 142. Refused to go for the 18 and the bullseye, and he was watching with interest, wasn't he there? Bradley Roos turned around to see what was going on with Sivertson. Took the gamble.
90. Bradley,
Paid
you
off. He's
require
now got 3
32.
darts at the double the choice. The double 16, the same target he has just found for the last leg.
Game shot
He
on
finds
the
it again to
leg.
take us to a
Bradley Roos.
deciding leg. But he will need to find a break of throw.
7th and final leg. It's Kent to throw first.
Yeah, for the first time this afternoon then in Group C, we go to a deciding leg. And Sivertson has the darts.
134.
Good opening visit there. What can Roos find in reply?
$96.
Just a treble behind Sivertson is Bradley now.
40.
And Roos just taking a step back there to compose himself. He knows that this is a crucial moment in the deciding leg there, following that visit from Sivertson.
60.
Can't take advantage.
$97.
Nip and tuck all the way.
140.
That'll cheer Bradley up with a 140, but Sivertson battling back with a 140 of his own.
Being cheered up and smiles don't last long in deciding legs, especially when you're up against the throw. You always feel, even when you get your nose in front, that you're still behind it. And a lack of trebles there gives Sivertson a big opportunity to get his first points here in his Group C campaign. He lost 4-0. He's lost 4-1, and that is questionable.
Well, would he have that 1-4-2 on his mind? And that is clinical from Kent Sivertson, who finally gets a win in Group C. Bradley Roos leaving the stage very disappointed. But the Norwegian maestro finally gets off the mark with a 4-3 victory. Both hovering around the 81-82 average there. Decent percentages from both on the checkouts as well. So, another twist and turns here this afternoon in Group C.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here on Pluto TV. The top two, the early pace setters in Group C, now facing off as Tom Cromwell takes on Lloyd Walker. Two of the fresh participants here, having not played in Group A, and the pair of them are going very nicely
it's Tom to throw
indeed.
first. Game on.
Matt Edgar alongside me. And the odds makers
135.
didn't really suggest that these two would be fighting out for top spot
41.
at this stage of play.
No, it's a strange one to assess, really, with Tom Cromwell. I was here before when he's played at the Super Series, and you watched him and thought, he's going to go on and be a player. And you see him on the Challenge Tour, he did okay,
60.
but maybe not quite to the level of what you'd expect after his time at the Super Series. And
58.
then he's come back here and he's producing again. Maybe it's the environment, the conditions that suit,
100.
because obviously different venues have different feels, and certainly if you've had success somewhere before, when you go back
98.
to a venue, when you go back to a place, whether you've had positive or negative vibes, you can get that sort of replayed emotion.
97. Tom, you require.
Well, both these players have been brilliant to watch so far this afternoon. Cromwell was eyeing up
134.
a big fish there. But we'll return for 36. It'll be
46.
played
Tom,
at
you
a
require 36.
very nice pace. Good marker.
Game shot on the first
And it
leg.
follows in
Tom
a treat.
Cromwell.
Tom Cromwell with an early hold of throw.
Second leg, it's Lloyd to throw first.
Lloyd Walker
Game on.
from right here in Portsmouth.
100.
He's back in the ton plus scores, as is
108.
Tom Cromwell, who fires in a maximum.
55.
Well, we are reliably informed. A little bit of
58.
information in regards to Lloyd Walker. He is the darts or the Portsmouth version of Mr. Glass, it seems.
96.
A couple of times had an issue in regards to dislocation of the shoulder. And not the only person who struggled with that as well. A good friend of mine, Aaron Beanie.
125.
Former tour card holder and semi-finalist on the Pro Tour, also used to struggle with issues in regards
58.
to
Tommy
the shoulder
required
and the
138.
bone and the lack of. Actually, to go one step further, not to try and play top trumps in
58.
shoulder injuries here with Lloyd Walker, but Aaron Beanie once also got himself into a washing machine. Fact of the day.
85. Tommy require 80.
More on that later. But Tom Cromwell
Gabe shot on his second leg. Tom Cromwell.
dispatching 80 in 2 darts there for a break of throw. And
Third
with that
leg.
injury
It's Tom to
to
throw first.
Lloyd Walker, who
Game on.
hasn't been showing any sort of signs of injury so far this afternoon with that fantastic fluid and
6.
fast throw of his. He's now finding himself behind in a match for the first time this afternoon.
60.
But Cromwell looking imperious so far and is straight back into the treble once again here.
177.
Average just goes over the 100 mark here on the maximum visit there for Tom
134.
Cromwell. And it's that same scenario again. You're watching Tom Cromwell thinking we're unearthing something here. This is a guy who's going to go on and do things, but he's already out there. He's already playing the systems. There's something about the Super Series that really brings Tom Cromwell to life.
39. Lloyd, you require 167.
So Lloyd was eyeing up 167 there. Cromwell will be back for 85
80. Tommy require 85.
to move 3-0 up in double quick time.
Game shot on the third
You can't
leg.
argue
Tom
with that.
Cromwell.
Seriously impressive stuff from Tom Cromwell,
Fourth leg. It's Lloyd to
averaging
throw
98
first.
as it stands, and in the blink of an eye, Lloyd Walker finds himself 3-0 down.
60.
But is this what we was discussing before with Lloyd Walker? Because he plays with such fluency, with such
100.
freedom and pace within his game that it allows his opponent just to play their game. It's almost like there's no opponent. You see
60.
Cromwell back at the stage, straight back to the board again. It's almost like he's playing at practice rhythm. And it kind of feels like that at the moment for Tom Cromwell. You
140.
wouldn't feel like he's in a very highly competitive game. Just looking at him, he looks like he's just enjoying a practice session.
140.
It's being played at a frenetic pace as well.
140.
To the point where there'd almost be room for a third player. These pair and Ricky Evans would have a 3-way game in the
57.
time
Tommy
of a
require
normal 2-player
121.
match.
To the point, I looked at the record books here. 5 minutes 24 this game has taken so far.
113.
One match start comes and goes for Cromwell. Walker looking
100.
to get
Tommy
down
require
to a
80.
finish. And all of a sudden, this game only looks like it started,
And the match,
but it's
Tom
all
Cromwell.
over. That was seriously impressive by Tom Cromwell with one of the performances of the week so far. 100 average as he dispatches Lloyd Walker, who could do absolutely nothing about it. Look at those figures on the side of Tom Cromwell. 100.2 average, 57% on the doubles, with a checkout of 85 as well. Great stuff from Cromwell. More to come after the break.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
International Pairs Week is afoot once again, and all will be revealed for our next nation's players. Joining Jeff Smith and Dorsal Marshall of Canada will be a pairing from the Netherlands. And the players participating for the Dutch will be revealed on Saturday, the finals night. So, as if by magic, following that Roadrunner game between Cromwell and Walker, who were just 11 seconds off the record here at the Modus Super Series for the fastest ever game, we now move on to Wes Newton and Jack Tweddle. Jack Tweddle in particular with work to do here. The anti-post favourite for the group. Yet to seal a win this afternoon.
But just to add a little bit more context to how quick that game was.
140.
There was a dart for Tom Cromwell that if he had hit it at the double, he would be the record holder of the fastest game ever here at the Super Series. I don't think this one's going to be as quick, but it could certainly be as good. With Newton being
99.
on the stage twice already, a 4-0 success, followed with a 4-1 defeat.
46.
but does have success on the menu for today. Something Jack Tweddle's been unable to do so far. And Wes Newton may just sense the opportunity here to go up against the favourite and maybe sense a bit of weakness at the moment within his game, because for Jack Tweddle, things are starting to get a little bit desperate. Not in fact of winning this group, but navigating a qualification path.
Certainly is. And
40.
Newton just allowing Tweddle a chance in this opening leg
59.
to potentially
require
break through.
164.
Wes Newton will have the first opportunity, though. Another one of those would have been the order of the day. He could be looking at treble 16 here. He'll be going up
136.
to leave 28.
156.
156 required then for Tweddle.
140.
And you felt with that first start, the other two would follow there. It was a good marker. But here's Newton now. 2-hold throw in the opening leg, double 14. One more in hand.
14.
And just goes the wrong side of the wire.
16.
Big chance now for Tweddle.
And the way this has came, Jack
Shot the
Tweddle
first leg, Jack Tweddle.
has maybe not had too much fortune today and has not taken his opportunities when it has come, but that was a
Second
bit of
leg,
good
it's
fortune
Jackson
there.
the
Wes
reverse.
Newton missing
Game on.
3 darts at the double, and that might be what Jack Tweddle's needed, a moment like that. A
177.
moment of good fortune, a moment where he can step in and offer a little bit of punishment out for a missed opportunity.
108.
Well, what a start to this second leg. They're both on 9s, Matt Edgar. They're both on 9s.
So we've seen this story somewhere else before. Didn't go like that.
Not quite.
60.
However,
Jack, you require 144.
Jack Tweddle is 144 points away. But he spoilt the party a little
84.
bit. It's still a good visit.
Yeah, he won't be caring about 9 darters right now. The most important thing for him is 2 points. He needs points on the board. And he's 60 points away. 6 darts in hand
60.
to being halfway there in a flash.
Tops then.
Game shot on the second leg, Jack Tweddle.
And an 11 dart leg. This is more like it from Jack
Third
Tweddle.
leg, it's Wes to throw first.
Only 2 legs gone, of course, but an average of 111 early doors is impressive.
I said I didn't think it'd be as
125.
quick, but this has been quick from Tweddle. Just over 3 minutes there to register the first couple of legs, and look at this. He's finding now. And what's so
140.
impressive is the way he's reacting to that first dart. It's almost felt like he's throwing 3 first darts at times. And by that, I mean the
94.
distance between the darts just doesn't feel like there's any rhythm or consistency. And right now, that looks inviting. It feels like he's going to fill it up when that dart
140.
stands to attention on the top wire, following it in well, and look at the numbers. Supporting everything we're saying here in what has been an exceptional display so far from Jack Tweddle. This is why he started the favourite.
And this is why
45.
he's a Challenge Tour winner. He's an ADC winner. Much more like it from the Swindon man. Wes Newton probably just only a dart behind the pace, really. He's sticking with
38.
Tweddle. And another dart
62.
goes
Wes,
on
you
the
require
floor.
144.
So, Newton, can he convert the 144? Not this time.
54. Jack, you require 114.
And now Tweddle has an opportunity to go 3 without reply. Can only leave it
94. Wes,
Which
you
he does.
require 90.
for double 10. But Wes Newton needs 90 here. Now then, the way his darts go in, that's a good marker,
65.
but just goes
Jack, you require
the other
20.
side. So Tweddle for a 3-0 lead. Double 5.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
there it is.
Jack Tweddle.
So opportunities he hasn't in Wes Newton. Could be 2-1 ahead. Instead, he's 3-0 down.
Fourth leg. It's Jack to throw first.
When you have been inactive as Wes Newton has been over the past few months,
58.
is it always the doubling that's kind of last to come back? We've seen Wes scoring pretty well throughout the afternoon so far, but it's the doubling that's
55.
just not been there.
What it is as well, it's the belief. And it's there's moments of which Wes will come to the
99.
board and he'll be saying, now, produce. Hit this, hit a 140, hit a 180, hit this double, hit this checkout. And it's when you're asking yourself to deliver
140.
something specific, that is where you can tend to come up a little bit dry after you've had some time away.
100.
So back at the board then, Wes Newton.
87.
Probably needed more, with Tweddle now looking to set this one up.
84.
Leaves a finish. Newton with work to do, but that's a good way of starting things.
137. Jack, you require 160.
So, another one of those, and we're in business.
100. Wes, you require 82.
Newton now with 82 in sight, 17 for double 20.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And that's
Wes
much
Newton.
better from the Warrior. And he is back in this game.
Fifth
The
leg.
break
It's Wes
of
to
the
throw
Tweddle
first.
throw.
Game on.
Newton now looking to capitalise.
97.
Showing a lot of fighting qualities, you feel, today.
59.
Because he was very unsure of what was going to happen, what he could produce. Certainly has strong aspirations, certainly has
93.
big ambitions still within the game. Mentioned to us earlier this morning off air that he would go to Q School if he
59.
believed he could do some damage. He doesn't want to just go and take part. He wants to go and feel like he can compete, and at times has shown us today that
43.
he could potentially compete at that level if he was to able to get on the board and get a little bit more match practice, get a bit more tournament play,
96.
refamiliarise himself with the different feels and scenarios in which you go through in a leg of 501.
58.
Well, it was around this time of year back in 2013 where Wes Newton was plying his trade in the
55.
Premier League. Won that year by Michael van Gerwen beating Phil Taylor in a very memorable final.
43.
Jack Tweddle now looking
100.
to set this up and set it up. He does.
167.
Newton then 167 to stay in this one. Just can't find the treble
94.
19.
Jack, you require 92.
And Tweddle now is 92 points away from a 4-1 win. Great first start. Double
Shot
16.
on the mark.
Ruthless
Jack Tweddle.
from Jack Tweddle, who is finally up and running in Group C. A very, very good average to boot as well there. Impressive display from the favourite for the group. And Wes Newton exits the stage following a 4-1 defeat. Not a bad performance from the Warrior, but that checkout success just wanting a little bit. 96.5, the winning average for Jack Tweddle. Next up, it's Tom Cromwell and Bradley Roos.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. 3 rounds through of the Group C fixtures this afternoon, 2 to go. And the table is shaping up. Some big results have come and gone. And some big performances have come and gone as well, not least from Tom Cromwell, who is blitzing the field so far, a perfect 3 out of 3. He's currently on stage at the moment. But Kent Siverston and Wes Newton, Jack Tweddle and Bradley Roos just a little bit behind, but 2 points apiece. It really is wide open as it stands, aside from Cromwell, who is just firing in the last few of his practice darts. Matt Edgar still alongside me. What do you make of how this group is shaping up so far?
It's been a little unexpected, hasn't it, in regards to sort of the previews, the synopsis that we set up, and it's interesting to see Bradley Roos here really having a look at his darts here. He's not happy with something there, and he's going to have to find his very best darts, though, here against Tom Cromwell, who's been exceptional today. He's only lost 2 legs, and that is with a 4-1 success over Jack Tweddle, a 4-1 success
Bradley to throw
over
first.
Siverston, and a 4-0 victory where he averaged 100.20. That is 15 darts per leg, nearly setting the record in regards to the time of a match here at the Super Series. He had a dart of double 16. Had that gone in, he would now be a record holder, taking away from Tom Sykes and Brian Raman.
139.
He's very much playing like he's got a train to catch. Wants to get in, win his games, and get gone. Come back tomorrow. He's not hanging round at all.
59.
But Bradley has cut a frustrating figure at times on the stage this afternoon.
59.
Berating himself, showing real signs of frustration. He knows this is a crucial game for him.
138.
But he seems to be stepping up, or stepping it up, very well so far.
49.
And the danger for Cromwell
Bradley
is when you
require
play a game that
164.
was so good as the last one where it was near perfection, coming up and trying to replicate after that can get quite tricky. Because you do have that habit of going, well, I hit that in the last game. Where's the levels that I produced just about half an hour ago?
Yeah, Cromwell a little bit behind in this opening leg.
132. Bradley requires
That will
68.
certainly be of use. 68, however, for Bradley. That'll be a useful enough guide, but
52. Tom, you require 122.
didn't quite get low enough on the double 16. Now, another one there, leaves double 7.
Game shot on the first leg.
Clinical.
Tom Cromwell.
And that has summed up Tom
Second
Cromwell's
leg,
day
it's
so
Tom to the
far.
first.
Phenomenal finishing.
Game on.
No hanging around. Break a throw. Turn round. Thank you very much. Let's get on with it.
60.
What a player he's been today. Once again, catching the eye is Tom Cromwell.
96.
Big breaker throw as well in the context of this game. Bradley Roos starting to find his way in regards to the power scoring.
108.
But right now, it's hard to argue the case that anyone's able to live with what Tom Cromwell's doing.
Yeah, this is impressive stuff.
58.
On whatever stage you might be on.
$40.
Commentator's curse. His worst throw of the game. However,
140.
still well in this leg as Roos fires in a 140.
96.
So Roos now looking to break back straight away.
100. Tom, you require 125.
Not going to be back-to-back tumblers finishes here for Cromwell, but it could be
85.
back-to-back
Bradley,
tumblers
require
finishes in
107.
general. Just needs the one treble to get a dart at the leg here. Gets the treble. Chooses the double 16. Finds
Game
the
on
double
second
16.
leg, Bradley Roos.
Look what it means to Bradley Roos. He knows he's in a battle here. He knows
Third
he needs to
leg, it's
find his
Bradley to
best,
the
and that
reverse.
is a glimpse
Game
of his best.
Brilliant quality on display here. Both averaging just shy of 100 apiece.
96.
Two good players going hammer and tong. Played at a good old pace as well, as
108.
Cromwell fills up for a maximum once again.
And that's what's been so impressive about Tom Cromwell. It's not like he's been winning his games and not being hit with anything. He's been hit with darts like this.
140.
But what he does is he's rising to the occasion. He's finding more.
58.
Enjoying the battle. It's very hard to do at times. It's very hard to become very comfortable in these very uncomfortable situations.
58.
No quarter being given by either player, as Cromwell looking
120.
to fill up the treble bed again. But those pesky bounce outs rear their ugly head once again.
134.
Gives Bradley
Tommy
a
require
chance to capitalise, and
143.
capitalise he does. However, Cromwell, treble 17 required. A
94.
valiant effort.
Bradley, you
But
require
Roos is back now
73.
for 73. And you feel like this has got to go. One dart for tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Bradley Roos.
Superb.
Fourth leg. It's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Significant step up here as well. Cromwell's still staying around that 100 average. He's having 101. And he's 2-1 down. In fact,
140.
continues to climb. 103. But Bradley Roos, 99 the average. Significantly better than anything we've seen so far today from him. Averages today from Bradley, 82
59.
times 2 and an 81.
Yeah, Cromwell
96.
playing at a consistent high level throughout Group C so far.
108.
But it's Bradley's turn to hit a maximum. Cromwell will work to do now.
95.
And for the first time this afternoon, he's really, really being made to work for it here.
84. Tommy require 170.
Now, those first two darts weren't badly thrown at all. He'll feel a bit hard done by there, only hitting a 60.
$128.
Especially given that reply by Roos. So, 90 left.
54.
Can't
Bradley
convert.
require 50.
So a real chance now for Bradley Roos to break the throw on the wire. Shimmies across,
18.
but
Tommy
cannot
require
find
56.
that double. Cromwell with a reprieve. He'll have two darts at tops. One at tens.
46. Bradley
And
require
now is there
32.
chinks in the armour of Tom Cromwell.
Big moment in this game, you feel. 3-1 up with the throw, but they're both a long way off.
14.
Oh dear.
Tommy
That's a
require
nasty
10.
deflection. Ended up in the double 7. Leaving himself on double 9. If he gets a chance to return, that's a great marker for Cromwell. Oh,
No
my
score.
word.
Bradley require 18.
How's your luck? Well, will it be in for Bradley Roos? No.
9. Last start was illegally thrown. Tommy required
So
10.
Jack Garwood laying down the law, as well he should.
No score.
But Cromwell just
Bradley
cannot
required
find that
9.
double. And Bradley will come back for 9.
Only just finds the single. An absolute mess of a back end of a
It's on
leg
the
does
fourth
go the
leg,
direction of
Bradley
Bradley Roos. And just for clarification purposes, the
Fifth
reason
leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Jack Garwood
Game
disallowed
on.
the dart going into the 17 and called the 9, he did call that was illegally thrown. The dart needs to be thrown in a deliberate and overhand
57.
style. That one was more almost underarm, wasn't it, from Bradley Roos?
It was.
59.
Didn't matter, though, for Roos in the end, securing the leg. And is now just one away
100.
from defeating the group leader. Cromwell
89.
battling back. But he will feel this is probably the first time this afternoon he's not had things his own way.
93.
Bit of a flyer there with his
85.
second.
And the thing was, he could have had most of it his own way, couldn't he, Cromwell? He's had his chances, but only been able to convert the one dart at double from the 9 attempts he's had so far.
81.
It was like a dagger to the heart there. Cromwell reacting to that treble 20 thrown by Roos.
101. Bradley, you require 107.
Does leave a finish. What a way this would be to win the match. It won't happen this time.
42. Tom, you require 167.
Now he's had a 1-2-2. Can he have a 1-6-7? We were a third of the way there.
139.
He's
Bradley,
tidied
you
up
require
nicely there, Cromwell.
128.
Now, treble 20.
54. Tom, you
Would have
require
left full.
28.
And now
Game shot on the fifth leg. Tom
a
Cromwell.
break back. And all of a sudden, Tom
Sixth
Cromwell
leg, it's
is
Tom to the
well
first.
in this match.
Game on.
And senses that he can maintain his 100% record so far today.
Needed two, though, doesn't he? He needs 2 breaks to throw
135.
Cromwell. If that's to happen, that's half the job done. He's got to hold here to get a chance in the last. Still quite an uphill
100.
task to go for Cromwell. But Bradley Roos has not been in this winning position too much so far today. Certainly where he's going to
85.
feel that it's in his hands.
It's been a topsy-turvy match, this one. In the early stages, they were elevating each other's
140.
performances. Then, in the mid-part, they were almost dragging each other down.
96.
And now we're elevating again.
$60.
Advantage Cromwell. 6 starts here at the 185 to take us to a deciding leg.
85.
Did feel like he'd come away from that there, actually. Did look a little bit congested.
Oh, what a setup this is.
139. Tom, you require
So pressure
100.
on the 100. Will he go 2 tops? He went for it.
40. Bradley, you
Couldn't
require
find.
62.
So, should be match dart incoming. And it will be for double 16, and it's
46.
just
Tom, you
the
require
wrong side of the
60.
wire. One match dart comes and goes for the young Dutchman. 60 now for Cromwell, looking to sit one on top.
Game shot on the sixth
And that's
leg.
exactly
Tom
what he
Cromwell.
does.
We survived one.
Seventh
Bradley
and
Roos with the
final
advantage
leg.
of throw.
It's
Will be
Bradley
hoping he
to
gets
throw
more
first.
opportunities here.
Game on.
But you feel a lot really pins and rides on this opening visit.
60.
For that reason, the rock in the body, dragging the darts low. Opportunity.
100.
Semi-taken there for Cromwell.
Yeah, the door's definitely ajar, isn't it? And Roos needs a treble here
59.
to stop Cromwell barging through that door.
96.
Brave to stay there. Had to find the treble and did.
$100.
So 282 plays 305 on the Roos throw. Look at this now from
162.
Tom Cromwell. That is superb.
Has to be a couple of trebles for Bradley. It's not going to be. Cromwell now, time on his side.
Tommy
Bradley has
require
only found the one
143.
treble in this deciding leg. Maybe a difference in the confidence between the pair.
102.
So he will be back for 41. Roos really needs another one of those. Does get it, so
140. Tommy
a modicum
require
of pressure
41.
applied here, but Cromwell with 2 match darts at double 16 to maintain a 100% record,
and the
which is
match,
exactly
Tom
what's happened.
Cromwell.
First sign of emotion this afternoon from Tom Cromwell. He knows he was in a game there. Bradley Roos leaves the stage disappointed, but that was a great game. It really was. To and fro, nip and tuck, hammer and tongue. But it's Cromwell who averages just under 90 to maintain his 100% record here in Group C. Jack Tweddle plays Kent Sivertson up next.
It's a great stage to play on.
I love coming to the Super Series and playing, especially doing it in front of the crowd. Can't fault it, I've absolutely loved it and it's been a great experience.
Modus Super Series Women's Week Champion!
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised nine-time finish!
It's history for Paul Greaves.
Kelsey Minikina!
The Lancashire Lisa Ashton!
Women's Week is returning here at the Modus Super Series, and tickets are available now. Scan that QR code or head on over to dartshop.tv to get your tickets today. In the meantime, we are back here in Group C. And the last game Jack Tweddle was on the stage for, there was real green shoots of promise from what had been a bit of a disappointing week and indeed day so far. Matt Edgar's still alongside me here.
It's Jack to throw first.
And
game on.
He's about to face Kent Siverson, who is off the mark. Is this the game where Jack Tweddle can really cement his claim and push up the table?
Well, time was running out, wasn't it, for Jack Tweddle? He had to respond, he had to produce something, and he did. And now he's in a position where he's back in the running again. He's back in with the chance of getting through to Saturday night. He's got to keep those levels up, though, because it was a significant step up when he taken on Wes Newton. Averaging 96.51. 4 from 5 on the doubles. Wasn't letting any opportunities pass him by. And when you look to what he's got to do for the rest of the day, he's got a game here against Siverston, a player who he's played a few times already this week. A player he will be very well aware of what the levels are like, and he'll be expecting victory here, and then he will have the throw against a player we've just seen leave the stage very frustrated in Bradley Roos.
100. Jackie requires.
I suppose the same could be said for Siverton himself as well, who finally got off the mark
Kent, you require
against Bradley Roos. And he can really get going with a 1-4-2 checkout. Won't happen this time.
110.
But has tidied it up a treat and put some pressure on this double 10 for Tweddle.
10.
And that pressure is telling.
22.
Siverton back for double 16.
Game shot on the
And
first
gets it.
leg. Kent Siverton.
With his third for an early break of throw.
Second leg, it's Kent to
So
throw
maybe,
first.
just maybe, it's Siverton that's staking a claim to charge up the Group C table.
97. $96.
This would be a very sizable upset. Certainly in regards to what the feedback would be from
100.
odds compilers, viewers.
Well, there was over 40 points between them in the betting coming into this group, wasn't there? Tweddle, the 8-15 favourite, Siverton, the 40-1 outsider.
I can tell you, it's actually 1-10 before the off for Jack Tweddle to get the victory here.
Wow. Stranger things have happened. Tottenham Hotspur have won a trophy.
60.
As have Crystal Palace. And more importantly, Newcastle United, of course.
45. Can you
All were outsiders to win the finals. And Siverton is best placed to go 2-0 up. What can Tweddle do about it? He needs another one of those.
100. Can you require 101?
Just shying away now. Siverton for a ton plus of his own. Well, there's the one.
41. Jackie requires 60.
Tweddle now
Game shot on the second leg. Jack Tweddle.
sorted that one out a treat and levels up, breaking back straight away.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on. $44.
Not an overly clever opening visit there, which allows Siverton straight back in.
140. 55. $57.
So, Tweddle needing to get his foot down here, and that is much better. And Sivertson responding well in the end, following that poor first start.
I think responding well is a very good way to describe his week so far, because it didn't go his way in Group A, it didn't go his way at the start of today. 4-0 and 4-1 defeats, only winning one leg in the opening couple of matches. And then responding well with a 4-3 win over Bradley Roos, responding well here by stepping up his levels against Jack Tweddle.
58. Can you require 126?
That win shouldn't be underestimated either, as he now looks for treble 19, but
50.
just goes the other side.
64.
76. Nice enough two-dart combo, which he will return for as
89. Can you require 76?
Tweddle leaves one fewer here. So, which way will he go? It's going to be double 18.
40. Jackie requires 75.
Now, what can Tweddle do with this 75? Could we see a hold of throw for the first time in this one?
71. Can you require 36?
The one dart, the one shot, the one opportunity. Maybe not the double he was expecting to be throwing at. He'll get another go, another chance. Sivertson unable to re-break.
Game shot on the third leg, Jack Tweddle.
And all these sort of games, there's these moments, isn't there? There's sort of key turning points.
Fourth leg,
I
it's
feel we
Kent
may have
to
just
first.
watched it.
Game on.
Yeah, Kent Sivertson maybe
100.
kicking himself a bit for not taking advantage there.
100. $58.
This is much better from
140.
Tweddle. But Sivertson
125.
is rolling over here.
$140.
Tweddle leaving a finish after 9 darts. Sivertson battling away as he has done all week.
37. Jackie require 121.
But that touch of quality now starting to show for Jack Tweddle. Sensible play there. Not chasing it round the board. He wouldn't have been going at the bullseye had he got the treble, so just opting to stay on the target. That's been so successful for him in this leg.
60. Jackie
And a handful
require
of darts.
24.
A double 12 after 12.
Game shot on the
Moves
fourth
him
leg, Jack
a
Tweddle.
leg away from putting himself back in play in regards to the in-play league table.
Fifth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Tweddle
140.
currently averaging around about 87. There's over a 10-point disparity between these pair in the averages. As Tweddle now looking to show his quality and put some space between himself and Sivertson
43.
in the hope of a 4-1 victory.
57.
Still work to be done though.
$42.
The day could end quite well for Jack Tweddle. It started so... I'm going to use the word poorly because that's how he'll assess the results. And if he was to come out of this with 6 points, he'll probably be quite happy and it'll feel like a recovery job well done. He's 24 points away from being on 4 points and a game still to go.
24.
Double 12 then.
Game shot.
He
and the
loves it,
match.
and
Jack
that is
Tweddle.
why a minimum of fuss from Jack Tweddle, who's really starting to build some momentum now. The group favourite, overcoming a slow start, but averaging 90 there in a 4-1 win over Kent Sivertson, who sees himself at the foot of the group so far. Lloyd Walker faces the Warrior Wes Newton, coming up after the break.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back here to the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV. Coming up is the final match in the penultimate round of fixtures in Group C this afternoon, and it is between Lloyd Walker and Wes Newton.
First leg, it's Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
Lloyd been throwing very well throughout the day so far. Wes Newton been scoring well, but the former Premier League man
58.
just struggling to hit the double at crucial moments. And this could be a pretty important game, Matt Egger, in context for qualification.
Yeah, Walker will still feel like he's well and truly in the mix here, and
42.
most likely the same. He's been so close, hasn't he, Wes Newton, to putting in some performance today where you stand and take note and go,
45.
There's the Wes Newton we remember watching on all those stages around the world. But
93.
one of the things that just concerned me a little with Lloyd Walker was how he responded to that bit of adversity. And for Wes Newton, he'd have seen that as well.
59.
He's got to come out here and he's got to hit hard early, which may be why he's not quite finding his way at the moment, because maybe asking himself to try and find the goods when you're not playing on a regular basis. Sometimes when you go hunting, you start going wayward.
135.
Well, Lloyd Walker back on stage for the first time since that 4-0 defeat in almost record quick time over Tom Cromwell, the current group leader. But his favourite now to take this opening leg. Shanghai on the 20s. There's the treble. There's the single just about.
100. Where's you require? 126.
The double. 126 for Newton. We'll leave a shot at the ball.
101.
And that is not far away at all. But Lloyd Walker returns for double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Lloyd Walker. Second leg. It's
Wes very eager to get going.
Game on.
Lloyd Walker very nearly today
41.
got himself in the history books at the Super Series once again for another reason he wouldn't want to be in them. He is in them for two reasons already. One, the most amount of darts missed in a game combined. One, the most amount of darts missed at a double by a player. And he nearly came in the history books today. Was a dart away from being there as being the player who had the fastest game ever recorded
85.
against him.
I'm sure Lloyd and his fans will thank you for bringing that up.
95.
Nevertheless, Walker could take the opportunity here to nick the darts against the throw, and that's exactly what he's done. Newton looking to fire back.
100.
But Walker now looking good, looking very good
140.
to break the Newton throw here.
Lloyd, you require 78.
So, 18s. Leaves one dart now for tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Lloyd Walker.
Squeezes in. And that is a break of throw.
Third leg. It's Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
And Lloyd Walker looking very good with that smooth, fluid motion, showing no signs of the injury that we're reliably informed that he has picked up coming into this Group C.
134.
So likely, doesn't he, when he gets into the flow, when he's got that sort of rhythm, great release. But one thing we've seen from Wes Newton throughout the day,
125.
just like that nickname suggests, warrior-like.
137.
Not a bad reply, though, from Walker. Newton really having to dig in and battle.
Lloyd,
Saves the visit with the last dart. Doesn't leave a finish, however. So 6 darts here at 124 for Walker. Now,
92.
He's done the sensible thing there.
Yeah, I like that play. No need to chase the bullseye. Come back, have to do it in parts. There's no benefit of going out quicker. Yes, it could potentially boost the average, but averages mean nothing right now. It's all about the points.
32.
And he's 32 points away from a 3-0 lead.
No score.
Not this
Wedge
time.
require 57.
And that's let Wes Newton back in here for an opportunity to break straight back. 2 darts at tops for the Warrior. Great marker.
17.
Just going to
Wedge
the side
required
instead of
52.
dropping underneath. Walker returns for more leg darts at double 16.
Game shot
This
the
time he
third
finds
leg.
it.
Lloyd Walker.
And Wes
Full
Newton
flag. It's Wes to throw first. Game on.
looking very annoyed at not being able to convert that chance.
And that was the chance, wasn't it? We've gone on about it all day in games that every time there's a moment that feels so important, it feels like the game is sort of on that balance point in which direction it's going to go. And once again, I think we've seen it there. 3-0 from Lloyd Walker. The way he's playing feels like it's too much of a mountain to climb.
68.
Yeah, Newton just trying to compose himself there.
100.
Just taking a bit of extra time to try and get the wheels back in motion.
97.
Good last. Walker now looking to tee up a finish. Newton really does need a 2 treble visit here.
Lloyd, you require 164.
Can't find it, which does give 2 visits now to Walker to get the job done.
60.
3 well thrown darts. Great grouping, just a little low, and he gave him a bit of a telling off. You get in between the wires.
60. Lloyd, you require 104.
West can only follow up with a 60 of his own, so it won't be this time
54.
for Lloyd Walker.
Jack 52. Wes, you require 156.
Now, this would be the Wes Newton of old if he can convert this. Just going slightly too high.
60. Lloyd, you require 52.
So, 52 for the match. 1 for double 8.
44. Wes, you require 96.
Stumbling towards the finishing line, isn't he, Lloyd Walker? It looked like it was fully in his hands. Newton a chance here to take some of it back. Not going to go. Another opportunity
39.
now.
Lloyd,
Can
you
Lloyd
require
Walker
8.
cross the line?
Double 2.
Game shot
And cross
and
the
match,
line.
Lloyd
He
Walker.
can. It's a whitewash win over the Warrior, Wes Newton. And Lloyd Walker there with a good performance, which brings him right back into contention for Group C as we almost approach the halfway stage of the group. Let's just look at the figures here. Just a shade under 86 average for Walker. That would have been in the 90s had he have converted the chances at doubles. One more round of games coming up this afternoon, which will begin after the break. Last round of fixtures coming up then on day one of Group C here at the Modus Super Series. And it's been a very interesting afternoon's action, with Tom Cromwell really coming to the fore, having to really battle past Bradley Roos earlier on. Jack Tweddle finally clicking into gear as well, with Lloyd Walker for company alongside. And let's have a quick look at how things currently stand going into the final round of matches on day one. Tom Cromwell, a perfect 4 out of 4 with a very healthy leg difference to boot. Lloyd Walker, his only defeat coming against Cromwell, which is almost breaking the record for the quickest ever game here at the Super Series. Jack Tweddle on 4 points, who overcame a slow start so far this afternoon. He'll be looking to potentially finish the day on 6 as well. Bradley Roos, it's been a frustrating afternoon for him. Same as Wes Newton, really, who have shown real glimpses alongside Kent Sivertson as well. They all find themselves on 2 points. Plenty of twists and turns, though, I'm sure, left to come, including this fixture right here, as the group favourite plays the group second favourite at the start of play, at least. Jack Tweddle against Bradley Roos. Matt Edgar has been alongside me all afternoon.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first.
This has the potential to be an absolute cracker.
It really does. Jack Tweddle has started to find the darts that have got him in such high regard at this level.
65.
But one thing I noticed there that was really interesting in regards to the league table is the 3 players at the top of the table are taking on the 3 players in the bottom half of the table. And because this is fixture number 5, it will be fixture number 6 tomorrow as well. The game's reverse. We work through the fixture card in reverse order. There's a genuine chance here that if it plays to form, even though
100.
Jack Tweddle could pick up the victories, he may gain no ground on those top 2 places.
140.
And those at the bottom of the table are at risk of seriously almost being out of it
57.
before day 2 really kicks into gear.
Yeah, we could get a real divide in the table if the 3 players at the top half of the table win their last
81.
fixtures. They'll be completely cut adrift by 6 points, really, in regards to that qualification spot. It will be pretty much 3 players battling it out.
156.
Well, 3 does not go into 2 in Group C.
60.
As Tweddle leaves himself on 96 on throw. Roos with a bit of an opportunity here, but he'll need to find a treble
60. Jackie require 96.
to make Tweddle think twice here. Can't find a
56.
treble.
Bradley require 124.
So Bradley Roos then eyeing up 1, 2, 4, 14s, leaving double 11.
Game shot on the first
How about
leg.
that?
Bradley Roos.
Where's that been all afternoon, Bradley Roos? That was
Second
superb.
leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
And that's what that body language and demeanour is telling you as well. Even with the positivity, a bit of frustration there for Bradley Roos. Maybe he feels this group might have gone already.
$60.
It was crucial as well because that is an early break of throw. And Roos is
41.
or was in danger coming in to this one of becoming detached. Could that be a turning point of his Group C campaign?
$40.
It's one of the strengths, isn't it, for Bradley Roos today, though, those big finishes at times. My mind goes back to the 107 he hit earlier on. It Also had that 127 on the bullseye as well, so the combination shots haven't been the problem for him.
140.
Sort of been gelling everything else together.
100.
So Tweddle will be first down to a finish, however, it will be a biggie. Roos looking to potentially leave tops.
100. Jack, you require
Very unlucky not to do
141.
so. So 141 for Tweddle. Can't convert this time around.
59. Bradley
So
require 80.
Bradley's back for 80. One for tops.
40. Jack, you require 82.
Combination shot for Tweddle to get the throw straight back. Makes it a little bit trickier. 7 to save the shot.
68.
Not going to go.
Bradley require 40.
He's played himself back into play here, Jack Tweddle, and it could slip away from him again very quickly.
Wrong bet. 4.
36. Jack, you require 14.
And Tweddle gets a reprieve. Chooses to split. 1 for 4 left.
6. Bradley
Can't
require
convert. 2.
Game shot on the second leg. Bradley
In it
Roos.
goes. And Bradley Roos doubles his advantage here
Third leg,
in his
it's
final
Jack to the
match of the day.
reverse. Game on.
When you look at the way Jack Tweddle's played in his last 2 games, the 4-1 over Newton, the 4-1 over Siverton, 96 and 90 the averages, 8 out of 14 on the outer ring. It was all looking quite positive. It was looking like he was going to leave here today with 6 points on the board, rescue job, and be in contention tomorrow. But now the danger and the conversation changes again. Because if he isn't to get this result here, Cromwell and Walker, the 2 at the top, will take on the 2 at the bottom end of the table
100.
with a chance to cut Jack Tweddle adrift.
56.
Yeah, interesting to see the 2 newcomers at the top of the table as things stand. Newcomers for this week at least.
134.
Both involved in Group A, won by Stephen Johnston, who's safely through to finals night on Saturday. Tickets still available if you want to come down
Bradley
to the Modus
require
Live Lounge on
167.
Saturday evening. Dartshop.tv, the place to go for tickets.
127. Jack, you require 105.
Getting desperate here for Jack Tweddle.
Game
But
shot
what
on the
a
third
shot,
leg.
what a
Jack
visit
Tweddle.
there for Jack Tweddle. It was desperate times, he was staring down the barrel. Bradley Roos
Fourth
looking
flag, it's Bradley
for a
to the reverse.
3-0
Game
lead.
on.
And that is a beautiful shot. He's fighting back the smile, and rightly so. What a visit.
That was an absolute gut
58.
buster for Bradley Roos, who was thinking he was going to come back for darts at 3-0, and then all of a
139.
sudden it's 2-1, and he's trailing in the 4th leg. But not for much longer.
108.
So Tweddle not going down without a fight here. This one really coming to the boil.
96.
And Roos leaving a finish after 9. Not much more you can do than that.
60. Bradley require 167.
Now then, treble 19. Will he go for it? He did, you know.
142.
And he wasn't far away. But with Tweddle on 177, was that the right call?
It's one of those questionable shots, isn't it? Where
135. Bradley required 25.
you sort of debate it, and we'll find out here with the 2 darts. At the door, whoa, hold on a minute. He's just checking if it's in. It's not. And by in, we mean the treble 9. That is wild.
No score. Jack, you require 42.
Well, that is incredible. And Tweddle can't believe his luck.
The fourth leg, Jack Tweddle.
So what we can say is,
Fifth leg,
as Bradley Roos leaves the stage,
you can't throw the towel in darts. You've got to see it out.
come back, Bradley. But going for bull on that 167,
75.
in hindsight, probably not the right decision.
I mean, it's not the right decision, but it's one of those where if he goes up and takes it out, you go, well, no harm done, but there was a lot of harm done. I think that was a big psychological blow as well there for young Bradley.
100.
Can he recover mentally in time? Because there's still a game to be won here.
We've been saying it all day, though, haven't we? We've been
93.
worried about those low darts. Just that little sticking of the dart in the hand, which is just causing that body to rock, the shoulder to dip, which is
56.
just going to keep dragging darts low.
Well, that's a perfect first dart, but
140.
the second misbehaved slightly. Still a good visit. Well, Tweddle now
100.
leaves himself the big fish. Roos now needing to leave this suite,
60.
but
Jack, you
cannot
require
find a treble on
170.
that visit. Now then, there's one. The fishing rod's at the ready. The ball
135.
just couldn't
Bradley, you
quite
require
reel it in.
149.
Great effort, but Bradley now is back, and the 149 is on. It is on.
133.
Just
Jack, you require
inside.
35.
Tweddle
19.
missing
Bradley
two more
requires
at
16.
double. And Roos is back now for a 3-2 advantage,
Game shot on the fifth
which he
leg,
takes.
Bradley
He's
Roos.
recovered well in the end. And a break of throw at another crucial
Sixth
moment.
leg, it's Bradley to the row
It
first.
could all have really unravelled there for Bradley Roos. When you look over the last three legs, he had the 105 hit against him while he was waiting to come back to the board. He had the miss on the ball, that wild dart at double 12,
100.
then missing the 149. It could all have unravelled very quickly where he'd have felt like everything was against him. How things can change in just a matter of a couple of darts.
And now all he has to do is hold throw to win the game. What could be simpler?
108.
Especially with darts like that.
He 60.
And a wry smile there from Tweddle as he could only reply with a 60 of his own. Roos now straight back in for back-to-back maximums.
He
And for Jack Tweddle, the writing could be on the wall here, with 41 points separating Bradley Roos for a huge win, double 16. Bit of a blocker there. He's got to go all the way across, but finds it with aplomb. That's a huge win for the young Dutchman. A bit of a smile. It's been a frustrating afternoon for him. He's given the old Harvey Barnes Robin Hood celebration as well. A 92.87 average for Bradley Roos there. 85 for Jack Tweddle. That really was a cracking game, both with ton plus checkouts. What will we see next from the group leader, Tom Cromwell?
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we seal the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. 2 more matches from Group C for you this afternoon. The first of which involves our group leader, Tom Cromwell, a perfect 4 out of 4. Can he complete the card with a win over former PDC Premier League participant Wes Newton?
First leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
Now, Wes started the day off with an impressive display over Kent Sivertson,
39.
but has been plagued by bounce outs this afternoon, which has been a bit of a recurring theme.
It has, and when you're going up against Tom Cromwell, who's been exceptional today, the last thing you want to do is give him hope in the opening leg that he can get that breaker throw and steal a very early march.
45.
Especially for Wes Newton, who since really that opening game, yes, the performances have been okay, but the results haven't. Won his opening game by 4-0, and since then has only won 2 legs. One against Bradley Rose, one against Jack Tweddle. Didn't get a single leg against Lloyd Walker. He'd have been hoping for a little bit more than that today.
56.
He certainly would. And in his opening game tomorrow, Wes Newton, he'll be facing Tom Cromwell, so
49.
could be a key end to the day and a key start for tomorrow if he's got chances of making finals night here on Saturday.
134.
Potentially joining the Group A winner, Stephen Johnson, who is enjoying 2 days off. Enjoy the sunshine of the South Coast here in Portsmouth.
128.
Now then,
84.
Cromwell setting up a finish. Just a bit of a slack last start there.
100. Tom, you require
Newton leaving
44.
himself the big fish, but the group leader now has 2 darts for an early lead and a breaker throw.
Game shot on the first leg, Tom Cromwell.
Comfortable, just like it has been
Second
throughout the
leg,
day.
it's Tom to throw first.
In a very good position of running the card, which would put him on the base of that last result. Bradley Roos beating Jack Tweddle would give
41.
Cromwell a very strong chance of Saturday night. He'll be looking at being 6 points
43.
clear in a qualification place. Dreamland.
97.
It's been that ruthlessness on the doubles that have seen Cromwell thrive.
108.
But that'll do nicely for the Warrior. Really brings him back into this
59.
leg.
$100.
And Newton now has taken the darts on the Cromwell throw.
134.
Or has he? So Newton will hope he's got 6 darts with this 178.
94.
Good
Tommy
last.
require 170.
But we've had a few missed ball this afternoon on the big fish.
98. Where's your require?
Cromwell can't
84.
give us an opportunity to see another attempt. Missed the big number. Where's Newton?
70.
Will he be made to kick himself
requires
following
72.
that mistake? One dart for the ball
47.
after a
Where's your
sloppy
require?
first dart there
14.
for Cromwell. Double 7.
Game shot on the second leg. Where's Newton?
And all of a sudden, Wes Newton has
Third
broke
leg,
straight
it's
back
Wes
and
to
is
throw first. Game
back in the game.
$95.
Appears to be back in the groove as well. Starting to find that treble with much more regularity.
59.
I suppose the danger here for a player like Tom Cromwell is that to get slipping into that mindset of, well, I'm happy with
54.
Mo Day. This is a bit of a bonus game. Because I'm sure if you'd have said to him at the start of the day, you could get 8 points today, he'd go, yeah, I'll take that. I won't even bother. Thank you very much.
134.
I'll come play on Friday.
I don't think he'd take it now, though,
140.
with a perfect 10 in sight. But these past couple of games for Cromwell, he's been
56.
made to work for it. The pressure's been applied, and he's had an answer for it so far. But the ever-experienced Wes Newton
100.
is a different kettle of fish here.
He's starting to look like a very
60.
interested player here,
Where's
isn't
your
he, Wes
require?
Newton? Just like he
112.
did in that opening game. When he got a 4-0 win, he was bouncing around the stage.
Oh, nasty deflection.
38.
Just scuppering Newton's chance of a check out there. Cromwell well back on 192. But another one of those will do him good.
140. Where's your require? 74.
And all of a sudden, this 74 has got to go. That's a perfect first dart if it's going to do so. One left at double 16.
42. Tommy require.
Desperately
42.
unlucky. He's trying to stare the dart out, but it won't move. And now Cromwell has his turn. It's double 8.
36. Where's your require? 32.
He's had chances here. Cromwell could be 3-0 up.
No score. Tommy require 16.
He'll be disappointed with that, Newton. Never really threatened the double with those 3. Cromwell now on double 4. Miles away.
12. Where's your require? 32.
Is the pressure of a perfect
Game's on
10
the
starting
third
to
leg.
tell
Wes
for
Newton.
Cromwell? He could be 3-0 up, but he's actually 2-1 down.
Fourth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
The perfect response from losing that previous leg.
140.
But Newton scoring for someone who's not been overly active on the
96.
circuit this year hasn't been too bad at all.
Been very impressive at times. And you tend to find that, we mentioned
58.
earlier, when you're throwing into one concentrated area and it's just that constant repetition, you can find that you can still hit the maximums, the 140s. It's when you've got to start moving around the board, because you don't have that time, those repetitions, that fluency on those alternate targets. And we've seen that evidence at times today with
133.
missing even big
Tommy
numbers,
require
but very
125.
successful down there on the 19s. Gets himself down to the 170.
85. Where's your require?
That would have been
170.
a Hollywood finish from Cromwell, as Newton eyed the big fish, but
130.
tidies it up
require
nicely to
40.
leave tops. Now Cromwell, big visit incoming, 2 for 10s.
Game shot on the fourth
Takes
leg.
it out.
Tom Cromwell.
For parity here at 2 legs apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Wes to throw first. Game on.
Important get there as well, because my mind was
58.
starting to turn to the amount of missed doubles that Tom Cromwell had. We had a look over. He's now 2 from 11. And you tend to find that if we start to think about it, the players are certainly starting to think about it. And there'll be that thought going through Cromwell's mind as the missed doubles started to add up, where he'll be thinking, oh, I could have been winning this game 4-0. It could have been done. I could have got the points by now, but for the missed opportunities. And then you break the game down even further and you say, well, my scoring's working, but my doubles aren't, and it takes you down a rabbit hole.
This is turning into
45.
a grungy little battle, this. Cromwell
135.
trying to show his class to try and snatch that all-important break
85.
of throw.
Tom, you require 126.
There's 10 points difference between these pair in the averages.
58.
And Cromwell there managing the board to leave himself on 68.
58. Tommy requires
Newton
68.
can't find a treble, so he's gone the treble 12 route for
Shot on the
double
fifth leg,
16.
Tom Cromwell.
And that was as clinical and as ruthless as Cromwell has been on the doubles all afternoon. That's why he's top of the group.
Those clean combination finishes, they're what build the confidence. They're what make you feel good about yourself.
86.
And certainly at that time, what a time to get that breaker throw. Command the yockey, leave Wes at the back of the stage.
60. $58.
So there is a chance for Wes Newton here. Doesn't know whether to switch or shuffle across. He went for the shuffle.
60.
But a trebleless visit for Cromwell. Sees Wes Newton with a chance, if he can capitalise,
96.
to send us potentially to a deciding leg. This is much better from Cromwell.
108.
Another maximum. Sets a potential
100. Tommy
117 out here.
117.
He'll look for treble 19. Can't find it this time.
93. Wes you require 145.
And Wes Newton with a 145 required to save the match. Can't do it. Cromwell will return
25. Tommy requires
for double 12.
24. Game shot and the match.
Gets it.
Tom Cromwell.
With double 6. And that is a perfect 10 for Tom Cromwell this afternoon. 5 wins out of 5. And that is exactly the start he would have dreamt of. With an 87.5 average there. Wes Newton 10 points behind, who started the day so brightly. As we now move on to our final game of the session, where Kent Sivertson will face Lloyd Walker.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back for the final match of the opening session of Group C. Kent Sivertson taking on Lloyd Walker. And Walker's been going along quite nicely this afternoon. Kent Sivertson fits and spurts, which is kind of summed up his week so far. But can they finish the day with a flourish? before we turn our attention to Group B later on this evening.
First leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game on.
And Sivertson, who will be representing Norway
60.
at the World Cup of Darts next month. How do you think he'll be feeling after his opening day's play?
140.
Just gaining experience all the time, isn't he? Which is the most important thing. This is sort of a level he hasn't really been
58.
able to get too many opportunities at throughout his career so far, and a big step on.
58.
And it's been a big opportunity for him, and I'm sure he'd have enjoyed his time here at the Super Series. And he's had some good moments, he's had some good games and some good battles.
140.
And technically, still not out of proceedings as of yet. We always say 14 points is the
58.
sort of guide of which to get your qualification through. Anything less than that, you're normally looking at a little bit of hope
99.
in regards to other results going your way. And you can still hit that magic 14. He's just got to win his last 6 games.
60.
Yeah,
Can
he's
you
already
require
recorded
144?
a win this afternoon over Bradley Roos. And he can set up his outshot here.
123.
That last start is not what he wanted. He was eyeing the treble 10, but Walker,
165.
that's exactly
Can you
what he
require
wanted.
21?
And Sivertson now with double 8. He was on his way. He's got to get back.
5. Lloyd, you require 20.
And now Lloyd Walker for an early break opportunity, just going inside. Double 5.
No score. Kent, you require 16.
A reprieve for Sivertson,
Game shot on the first leg.
who
Kent
dispatches double 8 at the first time of asking on that visit.
Sivertson. Second leg, it's Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
How can Lloyd Walker respond?
58.
Got to be said, I think all the players today have really sort of stepped their levels up, certainly in regards to their seasonal averages, their 12 monthly averages.
59.
I think everyone really sensing the opportunity that is there, but right now the opportunity is really
57.
there for Lloyd Walker. When you look at how the results have gone in this one, Tom Cromwell going through the card, keeps
41.
Wes Newton at bay. Bradley Roos beating Jack Tweddle, keeps him at bay. So there's a chance here for Walker if he can get
140.
the victory here, that he could be going to bed tonight 4 points clear, and this will be the first game tomorrow,
100.
which could mean he could be 6 points clear in qualification before anybody else gets to throw a dart. It is safe to say right now
83.
this is firmly in his own hands.
And that will mean we could have a packed live lounge here
81.
for finals night on Saturday. Lloyd Walker, a Portsmouth native.
131.
Oh, that's a fantastic setup shot there from Walker. Sivertson well behind.
60. Lloyd, you require 32.
And it's double 16 to bring Walker level.
No score. Kent, you require 160.
If anything, with that first up, probably got a bit too close because they deflected the wrong side. Sivertson
100.
with a level
Lloyd, you
ton
require
to leave
32.
60. Walker again eyeing double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Lloyd Walker.
Gets here in the end, the
Third
seventh
leg. It's
time
Kent
of
to throw
asking
first.
for
Game on.
Lloyd Walker to register the leg. But I suppose what he'll be concentrating on, what he should be concentrating on, is the fact that he's getting this many opportunities. And to have that many missed darts at a double, that must mean that he is completely outscoring his opponent.
108.
Well, just as you say, outscoring. Walker fires in a maximum.
140.
Nice reply, though, from Sivertson.
134.
But Walker now in control against the darts here in leg number 3.
85. 97.
Well, that's not a bad visit either, even with a rogue treble 7.
60. Lloyd, you require 90.
So 90 required. Well, he'll go straight at it.
60.
Interesting.
You
Just
require
wondered
156.
whether the potential split was on there with Sivertson way back on 156. Now then. And that's got to be so frustrating for Sivertson. That's not the first time that's happened today where he's
Lloyd, you require
thrown a
30.
perfect first dart, but the second dart just does not follow.
Game shot on the third leg. Lloyd
And
Walker.
there's Walker to take the leg with a break of throw.
Fourth leg. It's Lloyd to throw first. Game on.
Walker very much in the ascendancy.
With that split that you suggested was potentially incoming as well.
140.
To start with a 180, just like he did in the last leg. Creating plenty of opportunities. Scoring power is good. Average just shy of 90. But what would be a near perfect day? A day maybe beyond expectation.
140. 60.
And Sivertson with a treble-less visit there. Meaning Walker.
135.
He's really playing some good stuff now, Walker. Been the theme of the day, barring that mishap against Cromwell, which was over in the blink of an eye. Double 16. 11 dart leg.
Walker.
Impressive stuff.
Fifth leg. It's Kent to throw
And his
first.
average of nearly 95 puts him in a very, very strong position to round off day 1 of
24.
Group C with a real flourish.
100.
Kent unable to respond, if anything. The performance is starting to drop the more that Lloyd Walker is starting to find.
60.
They're going in two different directions. But the direction in which Lloyd Walker could be facing is the one towards
59.
Saturday night, and that is a shot I do not like. I keep going on about this all the time. You get the one treble 20, you cannot use the 19s.
98.
The switch has to be the 17s. A 180 now would leave no finish. He would still be 9 darts
60.
away. You've got to give yourself that possibility of the 12.
99. 43.
Bit of a loose visit there from Walker.
$95.
With Edgar's teachings still ringing in his ears.
60. Can you require 125?
Still not on a finish here. So Sivertson with a good chance here. Now, decision time.
$115.
The first two darts were sumptuous, but
95.
he'll be disappointed
Can you
with that
require
effort
10?
at double 10. He returns for 2 5s, chooses to split. Great marker.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Doesn't
Ken
use it, but doesn't need to. Sivertson not done with yet. He's
Sixth
still
leg, it's
very
Lloyd to throw
much in this
first.
game.
Game on. $42. 81. 59.
And all of a sudden, Walker's efforts at treble are just falling a bit short.
140.
Looked like we was watching the final moments of the game not too long ago. All of a sudden now we're back into the meat of it. It's game on.
59.
Very much so.
85.
Walker almost limping to the line now.
100.
And Sivertson senses a potential upset on the cards.
59. Can you require 120?
So a minimum of 6 then for this 1-2-1 for Kent. He's deciding which way to go here. Now, he's deciding whether or not to go for the bull here. And in the end, he was caught in two minds. He didn't go for bull, he went for 18 and ended up missing both as well.
96. Can you require
And for the 18s to avoid this, where he's got to have to burn that first dart. Gets to the double 16 in the end. Oh, that's a big miss. And that's going to give Lloyd Walker a chance here. Just one treble away from a match dart. And what would be the near perfect day.
Require 102.
So Lloyd Walker then to punish Sivertson. He will get a dart at double 16. Just bends the wire.
Can you require 16?
A reprieve for Sivertson, who comes back for double 8 to take us to a deciding leg.
7th and
He
final
made a bit of a
leg.
mess
It's
of it in the
Kent
end,
to
but he
throw
won't
first.
care.
Game
He
on.
has the dart for the final leg of the afternoon session here at the Modus Super Series.
58.
Doesn't find a treble with the opening 3. Always feels like a little bit of an invitation when you're against the throw in these last leg shootouts. What a
123.
recovery that is. Everything feels so much more amplified in this situation.
60.
I suppose the time has run out, isn't it? It's now or never.
60.
Walking out, can assert himself.
60.
Can't find a treble though. Nip and tuck, going right down to the wire here. But another loose dart from
52.
Sivertson has allowed Lloyd Walker in again here, who is taking full advantage.
140.
There's only so many times you felt he was going to get the opportunity before he started to take it. That Lloyd Walker, and now Sivertson. Oh, he's staying.
81. Lloyd, you require 180.
He stayed.
Well, will that prove costly?
54.
Because Walker had the luxury of not needing to go for it. It's poor board management from Sivertson.
59.
It could
Lloyd,
be
you
made
require
to
64.
pay here. 64 for the match. For Lloyd Walker, it's one dart remaining for double 16.
Game shot.
And
the match,
Sivertson is
Lloyd
made
Walker.
to pay. Lloyd Walker rounding off Group C day one with a 4-3 success. And it's a good day at the office for Pompey's own Lloyd Walker. Sivertson with a pat on the shoulder. So close yet so far. An average just shy of 85. And after the break, we'll be looking back at this afternoon's action. We'll also be hearing from group leader Tom Cromwell.
Day one of Group C here on the Modus Super Series. You can just see the final group of results there on screen as Tom Cromwell, imperious with a perfect 5 out of 5. Lloyd Walker with a crucial 4-3 win there over Kent Sivertson to maintain his place in second. As we now take a look at the Group C table. And there we have it. Tom Cromwell played 5, won 5, 10 points with a very healthy leg difference as well. Lloyd Walker plugging away there on 8 points, just 2 points off the top. But then we have a bit of a gap back, and it really is all to play for. Bradley Rose, Jack Tweddle on 4 points apiece, with Wes Newton and Kent Sivertson with just the 2 points. Delighted to be joined now by the Group C leader, Tom Cromwell. Very well played. Matt Edgar's also here and has been alongside me throughout the afternoon. How was that, Tom?
It was good, you know. I actually played consistently well today for a change, but sometimes luck was on my side, but people miss and I hit, and it's one of them days for me, which I'm grateful for.
Matt, sum up Tom's performance on the stage this afternoon.
Oh, it was excellent. I think the first thing I said to Tom when it came through was comfortable. And I think that's the key word to use here. Looked comfortable on the hockey, never looked under pressure. We're 3-1 down against Bradley Rose and just found even more. And from the very first 3 darts today, you never really felt in doubt with Tom Cromwell. Looked very, very comfortable on there and reactive. Comfortable and reactive. And if you can be described as those two things, you're going to do well.
What were your expectations coming into today, Tom?
Well, after last time, I think I put too much pressure on myself. Came here with too much expectation, too relaxed. But this time, I came with a mindset just to enjoy myself, really. Not played that much locally. I've done 5 or 6 vaults in the last 5 weeks. But other than that, I just wanted to come and play well. And I've got the game to do it, but it's all about doing it on the day.
It certainly looked like you were enjoying yourself with the blind 180 early doors. Was there a bit of a moment or a game in particular that kind of switched you on to think, right, I'm here now, top of the table is in sight?
Well, it was the first game against Jack, to be honest. I knew he was the player to beat today, and I did actually see the bookies odds this morning, and I was outside against him, which is rightly, you know, he's achieved more than me in darts. But I thought, and if I played my game, I can compete with him. And I thought I played all right against him, to be honest. Kept him under pressure.
Well, that you certainly did. With 5 wins out of 5, we have seen here on the Super Series stage, it's not a done deal. So how do you go about approaching tomorrow's session?
Well, tomorrow's just like today. Got to turn up, win the first game, win the second game, win the third game, win the fourth, win the fifth. I don't look at each day like win 1 game, need 4 legs here, 3 legs there, 1 leg there. Just come and win the game.
Matt, has he signed, sealed and delivered Group C, or is there someone lurking in that table that can maybe mount a charge to put him under pressure tomorrow?
Well, as you've said, we've seen this story before, haven't we? It's the curse of Scott. Scott Walters, Scott Mitchell, both have won all their games in the first day and they're not gone and qualified. However, the thing with this group is, other than sort of the top 2, everyone's been beating each other. So we've now got a bit of a gap, not just in regards to where Tom is to a qualification place, but also Lloyd Walker in second position. He's got himself a 4-point buffer now with the rest of the table. And like we alluded to, the players they've got to play are the players at the bottom of the table, and that's the first fixture tomorrow. So this group could be done quite early, or it could all start to get very messy. That's one of the things that's really exciting about a Group C campaign, because it does feel quite ruthless with just the 2 spots.
Well, Tom will be hoping it doesn't get messy, but I suppose for entertainment value, getting a bit messy could be a bit more of a positive, but for second place. Who do you think will be really fighting it out for that second place, or maybe even top?
I think we saw some good things and moments from people. Jack Tweddle, like Tom alluded to, was really the class act of the group on what we've seen so far this year in 2025. A recent winner on the Challenge Tour event. We've got 2-time junior world champion in Bradley Roos. Both of those will be looking at that thinking they can turn this around. And we always say the magic number is 14. They can still get that 14. They've just got to win all their games tomorrow, and Tom's demonstrated that that's possible. And we know they've got the quality to do that. Wes Newton, I think, could be a bit of a thorn in the side tomorrow. He didn't get the results today, but he played decent. And after a day's worth of play, I think he could be a bit of a nuisance tomorrow. And I would say if there's going to be a danger man that's just going to upset things a little bit, take a little look at Wes.
Absolutely. Tom, for those viewers out there who maybe aren't overly familiar with yourself, I mean, I'm sure they are now after that, but just talk to us a bit about coming into this and your local darts scene.
Well, literally, I'm honoured to be invited back, and I think I've been playing all right away from here, but I'm from a little town. Literally, we've got one darts league, 401 double off. Not ideal for anyone, but that's my practice night, you know. We play a vault as well on a Thursday, which I'd say is one of the competitive standards in the Northwest. So other than, the Southport boys, they're great for me, to be honest. They all cheer. I've got a lovely set of friends who cheer me on. Like, my phone's gone berserk since I've had it back, and I'm forever grateful for them.
And playing in a group like this with the likes of Wes Newton, who, you know, has been there, seen it all pretty much in the game of darts, must be a big thrill.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like, I've known Wes for a few years now because we're on the next coast along, whatever. But to come here just to play class acts, that's what I want to do. May it continue.
So, fingers crossed, hoping you make Saturday night. You're in pole position to do so. Will Hartford Southport be bearing down on Portsmouth Central on Saturday?
Well, it's a 5-hour drive, or the worst train journey you can do. But I'm sure a few of the lads will make the trip up. But that's not even in my mind tomorrow. I need to do what I do and win a few games and make sure I'm there, cemented.
So, Stephen Johnson already safely through, winning Group A, of course. Later on this evening, Matt and I are turning our attention to Group B as we welcome Scott Taylor, Lewis Gurney and Mike Warburton to the fore, with Colin Osborne and Jamie Hughes coming down from Group A. Matt, is there anyone in particular you're looking forward to seeing play later on tonight?
I think it'd be hard to say that you're not looking forward to seeing any of those people take part in Group B, but there's always going to be a bit of attention on Scott Taylor whenever he comes here because he's a winner of a series here. And not just a winner of a series, but the way he did it, the style of which he did it, he was absolutely brilliant. Not just the week he won his week, but when he went on to win Champions Week as well. And it looked like Scott Taylor was about to emerge to be the player we knew he was a couple of years ago when he was sort of around the PDC Pro Tour. We thought, right, this is going to be the breakthrough. This is where he's going to come through and be that guy. And it hasn't quite worked out for him, but the chance here once again to start rebuilding and start moving forward with that. He had a very unsuccessful Q school, shall we say, where even the performance levels wasn't there. So there's going to be a lot of eyes and attention on Scott Taylor. He's a big popular player with the fan base here at the Super Series, and I think he's going to go well.
I'm keen to get your thoughts on Jamie Hughes, who led the way for a long, long time in that Group A, but just kind of fell at the final hurdle from Stephen Johnston. How can he kind of regain his composure, his confidence, and kind of come again for Group B when he was more or less settled for Saturday?
It all gets better with time, is the expression that people use. And I think that's the thing for Jamie Hughes. When we look at the length of when that moment was to when he's going to get back onto that stage, he's had time. It's not like when it's going from one group to the next, you've not really got much. It's I've got the evening, I'm up early again, back to it, and you almost come in disappointed. He's had the whole day today. And that will settle him. That will help him recover. That will give him time to process. That will give him time to think about this evening as a new challenge rather than the one that's already gone.
Tom, what would it mean to you to cement your place on finals night here on Saturday?
Well, I think that's everyone's ambition when they come here, you know, especially in Group C. It's a tough structure, only top two out of six, but I've always wanted to play in front of a crowd here, to be honest. I know it's only my second time. Like I say, first time I came, too much expectation on myself, but tomorrow just do what I need to do, and then hopefully I'll see everyone Saturday.
And Tom, looking at that Group B, is there anyone there that you fancy playing, or maybe that you potentially want to avoid in a match, maybe on Saturday?
I'll be honest, I think Group B is really, really active, but as a pal of mine, I want Scott to get through, you know, good pal of mine. Lewis, but you know, I think it's very open. But like I say, I just want Scott to get through. Hopefully, I get through, and then we'll enjoy Saturday.
Northwest sticking together very much so. Is there maybe, Matt, someone underlying there, poised to maybe mount a surprise challenge in that Group B? It looks very, very competitive.
I don't think anything will catch us by surprise in that group. It's one of those groups where the quality line is very, very fine. It's going to be decided by fine margins, a miss here, a hit there. The players are going to have to be at their best. If they drop their levels very slightly, they're going to get punished. That's the story of the evening. And if we look at what the surprise is, nothing will surprise me. If someone goes and wins 4-0, okay, they've won 4-0. Like the same aspect, the player who loses 4-0, it'll be like, well, that could happen against this guy. He could come in and put this. So I don't think there's going to be any sort of shocks and surprises, but there's going to be lots of twists and turns.
Just looking back on this afternoon's action in Group C, just a quick line from you, Matt, about the action of Bradley Roos, who you were analysing quite closely earlier on in the session. How do you think his game progressed throughout the afternoon?
I think he'd be relieved in how it progressed, because when he first started that opening game, I was thinking dartitis. The way he was sort of holding on to the first dart, it was getting very sticky in the hand. With that, then the body started to come into it, and he had to sort of roll the shoulder just to get the dart out of the hand. And it looked very concerning. And then he come up second game against Wes Newton. It was like, oh, different player. And it's interesting because he sort of dipped in and out of things there. So I think he's playing with a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's expecting a lot from himself, and he just needs to find the enjoyment back within the sport.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your company this afternoon. Tom, best of luck for tomorrow. Coming up on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV, it's time to reminisce as we discuss dart's greatest ever matches. Also in action from the International Pairs Week as well. Matt and I will be back later on this evening for Group B, and we hope very much you will join us too. Bye for now.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty